ladies and gentlemen. Okay, so let's start. Ladies and gentlemen, it is my enormous pleasure to welcome you to our conference, the conference of the Visegrad Fund project called Green Evaluation of the Food Industries in the Visegrad 4 countries from the EU Taxonomy perspective. This is the final conference of the project that we run within the 4 countries of the Visegrad Fund, Visegrad commitment and alignment. 4 countries that are neighbors and friends, especially from the scientific perspective. So within the group of friends, we started collaborate and prepared the project that we assess the different approaches to the reporting of the ESG and from the perspective of the EU Taxonomy. And today we would like to share our thoughts, not only about the project and our outcomes, but also the thoughts of our 4 countries, because those countries but the common experiences that we would like to share, but also to compare. So this is our perspective that we would like to present. And our conference is divided into the 2 parts that will be very happy to present you. One part is the discussion part that will reflect the state of the reporting and the discussion in Poland, presented by the great experts from Poland. And the second will be devoted to the presentation of the results. But I would like to say that EU taxonomy is something that we perceive as often as an advantage, but sometimes as a burden, as a problem for the companies. But we have to remember that this is something that we need to improve, and also something that we have to count when we think about our economies. Because the reporting and this approach is reflecting the value that we put into the economy, value that is touching not only the economy, but also the social and environmental issues. So this is something that we'll have to agree and we'll have to implement. And from the perspective of the collaboration of the science and the policy, we will have a chance to end up with the solutions that will help our economies to be more sustainable. So this is the key message of the conference, and also our work. And this is something that I would like to start. So welcome at the conference. I would like to open it, and I would like to ask my dear colleague, Pal Goda, to enter and take a floor and have a welcome speech. Pal Goda.
Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. First of all, I would like to say thanks for the Visegrad Fund that they accepted our proposal, and they felt that our proposal can be supported. We really hope that the fund was received. We spend it in a good way. As you can see that probably some politicians says that there is no Visegrad feature anymore, but we still believe in it. We still believe that these countries must work together. And I remember, and I'm sorry for starting with a personal story, that a colleague of mine, Andrea Roja, I think I should mention her because she had put a lot of work on this, that how we should write this proposal. And before the submission, we were a few weeks before it, and I checked it as a managing director that who are the partners, and I didn't see the Polish. And I checked it and I said, no, without Polish we cannot submit any Visegrad Fund proposal, because the 4 countries must be together to do this. So at the end, finally we found a good partner in Poland, and thank you very much for joining to this consortium. And also thank you very much for organizing this event today, because it's in such a nice building with such a beautiful people. I think it's good. So I think it was a perfect choice to have a Polish partner and you as a Polish partner. So thank you very much for joining to the consortium. What was the reason why we started to do this? Because, of course, when we read EU Taxonomy, I think it's not just for the companies. I think sometimes for the member state policymakers it's a bit far. And we wanted to understand and wanted to have a common understanding that what is really this. And I think it's kind of like learning by doing, that if we dig deep, if we go deeper and deeper, and if you try to understand a specific sector, for example, the food sector, probably understand more that what could be the real goal and what could be the real objectives of this EU taxonomy. Of course, there are several burdens, as you said, not just companies level. There are a lot of things what must be clarified, that who must be reports, why, what should be in the report, what should be from quantitative point of view, from qualitative point of view. And this is just the beginning of a work. When we started to do this, I said that, of course, and I'm sorry for Visegrad Fund, it's a kind of investment. Visegrad Fund put a small money, we have to put a bit bigger money, but let's start to build something, and with this seed money, probably we can create a common ground and a common understanding, which can create a better cooperation in the future. So I don't want to talk too long. I asked Andrea if I should have a scientific speech, but she will do it, so instead of me. I would like to wish you a successful conference for today and discussion, and I think you should stay here in the coffee break as well. I'm sorry for the auditions from the online. Believe me, the catering is wonderful, but also the people whom you can talk with during the coffee breaks, it's also important, because I think these are the most important points in such a kind of conferences. So thank you very much again. Thanks for the organizers, and I hope we are going to have a fruitful discussion today. Thank you so much.
Thank you very much, Paul. This is my personal pleasure, because I collaborate with the Institute in Budapest for many years, and we know each other very well. And despite all the situation and the thoughts that we might have about the Visegrad association of our countries, the one there is between the science is really vital and I guess very strong. So we are friends despite all the situations, and that's why this is very nice that we can do the projects together and think together about the future. And very nice that you mentioned that we are a very nice premises of the Polish Academy of Sciences, because one of our hosts and hosting organization that took the patronage over this event is Institute of Rural Agricultural Development of the Polish Academy of Sciences. And this is my great pleasure to welcome Anna Rosa, that is Deputy Director of the Institute. And Anna, can you take a floor for a few words?
Thank you. Oops. Ladies and gentlemen, it is my pleasure to welcome all of you to our conference, today's conference. As the Institute of Rural and Agricultural Development of Polish Academy of Science, this is our proud to be a partner for this event. I welcome you in a very special place, because to the heart in Warsaw, in the Stasic Palace. This is a very special place, because this is the seat of our institute, but it's also a very important place for Polish science. We know that the green transition and regulations present some challenges, but also the opportunities for agri-food sector. And I believe that today's discussions will help us better understand how this sector can adapt and maybe develop in the, let's say, changing landscape. So I hope that our discussion will be fruitful, and thank you, Paweł, for the invitation to be a partner, to be a mentor partner on this event. Thank you.
Thank you very much. And next speaker for the welcome speech is a person that we collaborated the most during past months, past years. The person that took four groups of researchers together, set a goal which was ambitious, and as Paul mentioned, it was not easy to understand the approaches in the different countries, but by the bilateral meetings, of very frequent meetings and long meetings, we try to discuss and understand and prepare the approach that is common for each of a country, but also with the outcomes that can be comparable, because this is the real value of this project, that we can take the four countries with different approaches and try to see what is the important was behind the reporting of their companies. So let me introduce Andrea Rosa from the ACI, that is the leading person in the project. Andrea, the floor is yours.
Dear audience, good morning to you in person and online. And I have a short presentation. I would like to share with you this short presentation. Okay. Can you help me? Pardon me, can you help me, because it is in Polish language?
Yes.
I don't know.
Yeah. Is it okay? Okay. Here it is.
Yes. Okay. Dear ladies and gentlemen, it's my pleasure to be with you in Warsaw, in your beautiful capital town. I tried. Dzień dobry. My name is Andrea Rózsa. I am responsible for the V4 Green Reporting Project, titled Green Evaluation of Food Industries in V4 Countries from EU Taxonomy Perspective, as Paweł mentioned earlier. First of all, I would like to thank you for the Polish organizers and supporters of this event. Firstly, Pan, the Polish Academy of Sciences, and secondly, just the time order, ERDN and Paweł, and thirdly, but not finally, the farmer.pl, who is responsible for the technical support of this event. And after that, thank you very much the participation of leaders and main representatives of Polish companies, association and banks, namely the leaders of Danone, Terra Nostra, Association of Sustainable Agriculture and Food in Poland, the representative of Good Valley, and the BNP Paribas. Thank you very much your undertaking this participation. And welcome to the representative person of International Visegrad Fund Secretariat, namely Martin Marcinia. Thank you very much your participation, Martin. And the coordinators of V4 Research, my partners, and all in-person and online stakeholders. Okay. Sorry.
Yeah, it should be.
My Polish language skill is a little bit poor.
Okay.
Thank you for
Sorry.
your understanding.
Yeah, yeah. I need.
Thank you so much. Let's close. Let's close and.
Yeah. Before we fix the small issue with the presentation, I would just mention, because I wanted to say it in the next enter, that we are broadcasted in the our main audience is online, and we are broadcasted for the 4 countries, and we have participants from all of those countries. So that's why our English in the conference mostly in English. But we have a very special media patronage in Poland, which is the Farmer. Farmer is one of the main sources for the Polish farmers and food industry experts. So this is we hope that the nice outcomes of this conference will be shared also via the farmer. So thank you very much for this patronage. And I give back the floor to...
Thank you very much again for the technical support. Farmer.pr, thank you so much. And let's see the details. Our V14 reporting project is financed by and supported by the International Visegrad Fund, and it is my obligation to tell in words that this project is co-financed by the governments of Czechia, Hungary, Poland, and Slovakia through Visegrad grants from the International Visegrad Fund, and the mission of the fund is to advance ideas for sustainable regional cooperation in Central Europe. Our project is a 20-month-long project, and we will finish this project this year until the end of May. And you can follow us through or via the project, mainly the project website and the partner websites as well. We are the grantee, as we mentioned earlier, and here are the partners, the representatives and coordinators of the partners. The first, you can see the Agricultural University from Nitra, and the coordinator is Professor Martin Maris. The second university partner is Ambis University from Czech Republic, from Prague, and the coordinator person is Professor Alzbeta Királova. The third partner is European Rural Development Network, and the coordinator is Professor Pavel Chmieliński. And after that, but not finally, our other Hungarian partner is Széchenyi University, and the coordinator person is Professor Nóra Gombkötő. Very shortly, I would like to tell very shortly about some words about the main aim of this project. In association with the EU's green transition and sustainability goals, we planned conducting scientific research regarding the large food companies in V4 countries. We concentrated on the online sustainability, so-called ESG, environmental, social, and governance reporting practices in terms of EU taxonomy perspectives, using content analysis with relative scoring method, and focusing on the transition process from NFRD to CSRD. We built on our basic Hungarian researches from earlier regarding just Hungarian large food companies, using the data series from 2021. These articles, these results articles are open access, and I recommend to you download it freely, and if you are interested in, you can use these for your further researches. We have some important commitments. This is the closing public events. Earlier we had 3 successful university workshops, and the main undertakings, the scientific studies, the online book in English regarding the main topic, and a synthesizing professional article. I would like to tell you that these studies will be available for download. These will be open access studies, and these will be downloaded for all interested stakeholders from the project website until May this year. And this is my final slide. You can see the public events, and I propose to you follow us via AKI V4Green reporting project site. And thank you for your attention. Jacques. Okay. Have a useful and meaningful conversation for all of us. Thank you very much. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much, Andrea. And what is next? Our conference, as I mentioned, is devoted to present the results, but also to discuss as a great opportunity to for our colleagues from other countries to learn how is the state of the ESG reporting, the approaches is going on in Poland, but also to discuss what are the future of it and the main problems. And that's why we'll start with the lecture, introductory lecture by Katarzyna Jurga, that is the chief expert for sustainability in the Terra Nostra Foundation. And she will give us the introduction and the overview about the approaches to the ESG reporting from the Polish perspective. And then we'll follow with the panel discussion. So till the lunch, we'll have a perspective of Poland, and that I hope that will enrich our study also with this knowledge. And after the lunch, we'll present our results. So, Katarzyna Jurga, please, the floor is yours. Okay. Yeah. Okay. Find. Okay. Yeah. Start.
Oops. Okay. Dzień dobry, witam Państwa bardzo serdecznie. Mam ten zaszczyt, ale zarazem zobowiązanie na dzisiejszym spotkaniu zastępować mojego prezesa Adama Bałcza. Postaram się, aby to, co on chciał Państwu przekazać, aby przekazać 100% tego, co on by chciał przekazać. Natomiast mam nadzieję, że w tym momencie uda mi się to wykonać.
So I represent the foundation Terra Nostra. This is the foundation which operates mainly in Poland, but we do cooperate with farmers with regard to regenerative agriculture and how farmers report their agricultural production for the purposes of reporting in food industry in Poland, Czechia and Romania. Today we will focus obviously on what is a barrier, what is an opportunity and what is a challenge, but first we will discuss discuss in general ESG reporting. I would not be myself if I did not start from the beginning, because, ladies and gentlemen, we were to discuss impact and future of ESG reporting from Poland's perspective, so that to understand this impact and future, we first go back to the beginnings, because what is ESG? It is a non-financial reporting showing the strategy in sustainable development, which is included in these three words in English. Of course, in Poland we use the same, that is the environment and governance, and of course social. I mean, you exactly know what all these terms. No, I don't know, but my slides are not being shown. Sorry, there's been a kind of technical error, because yeah, I've been clicking here, but I think we still show you one screen. You can't see the slides moving.
No to mamy chwileczkę przerwy.
Sorry, we will have
Postaram się
a
bez
short
prezentacji
technical
jednak mówić.
break, but if not,
Postaram się mimo wszystko
I will try to
dopóki
talk
nie pojawią
without
się
my
slajdy,
presentation,
jednak wrócić do samych
and I
podstaw.
will go back to the
mianowicie,
foundations, to
może teraz ja spróbuję.
the beginnings of ESG, environment, social and governance. All right, I can see something has been done. It's better. It
dobrze.
seems it's okay.
Dobrze,
Right.
czyli
So
teraz już działa
now it
prezentacja.
works. You will see my
Proszę
slides.
państwa,
So,
a
ladies
więc,
and gentlemen,
wracając
so
w tym momencie do tego
now
slajdu, który
getting back
skończyłam,
to the
którego wcześniej
slide that
Państwo
I've
nie
just
widzieliście.
discussed and that you
Ważniejszy
haven't
jest, bardzo
seen
ważny jest
before.
kontekst
What is
prawny
important
tego
is the
raportowania
legal
ESG, a tak
context of
naprawdę jego
ESG
logika
reporting
interwencji.
and its logic
Czyli
of
mamy podstawowy
intervention.
dokument,
So we
który
have
mówi
the
o tym,
key
że założenia
document
generalne
specifying the
Unii są
general
takie, żeby zmniejszyć
guidelines of the
emisje
EU is to
55% do
limit
2030.
emissions by
Potem taksonomia
35%
nam
by
określa,
2030.
które działania
Then
są
it
zgodne
specifies
i
which
klasyfikuje
activities are
działania.
in line, and it classifies
Następnie
activities.
raportowanie
And then there is
CSRD wyznacza nam
CSRD
konkretne cele dla
reporting,
firm w
which
poszczególnych obszarach.
sets
I jeszcze nam
specific
doszła
aims
dyrektywa
for particular
greenwashingowa, która ma co do
enterprises,
zasady
particular areas, and
zapewnić
greenwashing
wiarygodność
directive, which is to
raportowanych danych.
ensure the reliability
Generalnie my
of
jako
data
fundacja
reported. So
patrzymy na
generally,
ESG w
we as
sektorze
the foundation, we look
rolno-spożywczym
at
w kontekście
ESG
trzech grup
in the food
odbiorców.
sector in the
Pierwszy
context
to
of
jest biznes,
three
czyli sam rynek
recipients, that is business,
rolno-spożywczy,
the very
a właściwie to
agri-food
przemysł przede
market, in
wszystkim,
fact the industry,
konsumenci, bo oni
consumers,
bardzo często
because
są
they very often
odbiorcami
are
tych wszystkich
the
naszych działań
buyers
i tak
or
naprawdę
recipients
wszystko,
of
co
all our
wykonywane jest w
activities.
ramach
So
ESG,
what we
powinno
do
być robione
under
z ich myślą.
ESG should be
inwestorzy.
done with a view
Jeśli
to
chodzi o
them
biznes,
and
proszę
investors.
Państwa, to
As for
muszę
business,
powiedzieć, że przed
I
tym
must tell you
spotkaniem
that
przejrzałam
prior to
parę
the meeting,
raportów,
I read several
wykonywane są
reports
przez
drafted
PwC,
by
czyli takie
by
naprawdę firmy
PwC,
konsultingowe w tym
that
obszarze.
is
I co się okazuje?
consulting companies operating in that area.
średnio
It turns out that on average
87%
87% of
zauważa,
companies
że
see that the
ESG
reports,
i ich
ESG reports,
przygotowywanie
and
ma
their
zdecydowany
drafting
wpływ na
has
to,
a decisive
jak
impact
zwiększają
on
w tym momencie
how
swoje kontrakty,
they
a
increase
szczególnie
their
w obszarze
contracts,
eksportu.
especially as
A
regards
wynika to
exports.
chociażby z tego,
And that is
że
the
w
result
ramach
of the
naszej
fact that
Unii
under
Europejskiej kraje jak
the
Niemcy,
EU, such countries as
Niderlandy
Germany,
czy
the
Francja
Netherlands, or
zaczynają
France
coraz bardziej
start
zaostrzać
to
w tym momencie
become,
swoje
let's say,
wymagania
more
do kontraktów
rigorous as
w ramach
regards
rynku żywności.
their
I one,
buying
te firmy,
of
które już
food
mają
products.
przygotowane
And the
raporty,
companies that have already
zauważają
drafted the
nawet
reports
wzrost
have
swojej
seen
sprzedaży
even
o
an increase
15%.
in sales by
A co na to konsumenci?
15%. And what about
Z jednej
consumers? What
strony
would they say to that? On the one hand,
82%
82% of the
europejskiej
European population
deklaruje się, że podejmuje
declare
decyzje zakupowe,
that they
biorąc pod uwagę, czy
take decisions on
żywność
buying,
została
taking into
wyprodukowana w
account
sposób
whether
zrównoważony.
food was produced in a
58%
sustainable
Polaków
way. 58% of Polish
że
people
deklaruje,
say or declare that
bardzo duże znaczenie
of
nadaje
great
środowisku.
importance is for them the environment.
Ale
but
Tylko
it is
6%
only 6%
sięga po raporty
that
ESG.
really reads
strony
ESG
ponad
reports. On the
60%
other hand,
mówi,
over
że
60% say
powinny być
that the
przygotowywane
reports
w sposób
should
dla
be
nich
prepared
jasny,
in a way which is
zrozumiały
clear,
oraz
understandable for
spójny.
them, and consistent.
I niestety,
And
proszę Państwa,
unfortunately,
aż
as
65%
many as
konsumentów
65% of
uważa,
consumers
że
think
greenwashing
that
jest dużym
greenwashing
zagrożeniem
is a
i
great
tracą zaufanie
threat, and
do
they are losing
deklaracji
trust
podawanych
in
w mediach
declarations
publicznych.
given in public media.
Czyli musimy
So we
bardzo
must
dużą
really
naszą uwagę oraz pracę
attach,
skierować na to, żeby
our
to, co robimy w
attention,
raportowaniu ESG,
to work,
poza samym raportem,
to what
żeby
we are
nie
doing
stało się martwym
under
dokumentem,
ESG,
nad którym
that should not be
pracuje
just
rzesza ludzi, a
Such
stało
report
się
should not be kind of
rzeczywistą deklaracją,
that document. It
rzeczywistym
should become a
potwierdzeniem
real
faktów.
declaration and
I te dwie rzeczy
and a
są tak
real
naprawdę
confirmation of
początkiem
facts.
mojej
And
niemalże
these two
dalszej
things
prezentacji.
are the
Bo co na
beginning
to
of my
inwestorzy?
further
A sami inwestorzy
presentation.
dla
What
odmiany
about investors? What do they
deklarują,
say?
że
They
oni w
declare
90%
that
zaczynają poza finansowymi
90%
kwestiami
in addition to
podejmować
non-financial
decyzje również
matters,
w
they
oparciu
take
o
decisions
raportowanie
also
niefinansowe.
based on non-financial
Polsce
reporting. And in
60%
Poland,
banków, to jest
60% of
dane, które z
banks,
internetu,
this is
więc
the
mam
data
nadzieję,
from
że
the
w
internet
naszej
that I
debacie
do
przedstawiciel
hope that in
banku
our
może
debate
trochę mnie
the
poprawi,
representative of the
ale
bank will
60%
correct me,
banków
but 60%
podejmuje
of
decyzje
banks
inwestycyjne i
takes investment
kredytowe
and
również w
credit
oparciu o
decisions
to,
also
czy
based
przemysł lub
on
też dany
whether the
podmiot ma w
industry
tym
or a
momencie
particular
raportowanie
entity
niefinansowe.
has at this moment
Ostatnio
non-financial
pojawiło się
reporting.
uproszczenie.
Recently we've
Uproszczenie, na
seen
które wszyscy
simplifications
czekali,
that
bo nie
everybody
ukrywajmy,
was
nie są to
really
proste dokumenty,
awaiting, because
wytyczne nie
we do
są
not, let's not
czytelne,
consider
nie
these
są jasne,
are not
ale
simple
tak to
documents, the
najczęściej
guidelines
bywa
are
z
not
rzeczami,
clear
które zaczynamy,
and understandable, but that's
zaczynamy
usually
pracować
what
z
happens with
dokumentami.
things that we start
Pamiętam
with when we start
pierwsze
working with such
wspólną
documents.
politykę rolną i pierwsze
There's always
prowy
such a problem. I
nie
don't
były
remember
jasne.
first CAP and first Rural Development programs, which were not clear, and now we read them differently. So on the 26th of February, a certain expected package of simplifications was presented. It is called Omnibus. It specifies that the criteria should be changed, criteria related to reporting. It really postpones dates of reporting by one, and it introduces ESG voluntary reporting for the companies that do not comply with the criteria, or because of the change of the criteria, they are not subject to mandatory reporting of ESG. Would it change something? I think we will discuss it during the debate. And what about agricultural producers and industry? Among agricultural producers, some of them, some farmers, are called big farmers who on their own are reporting their whole output, but a majority of farmers, I think the rest of them, are those who are part of the supply chain, who are the foundation, the basis of the food chain, but then at this moment they become a kind of, we would say, hostages. Someone says it, but I think they are not hostages. They become an integral part of that chain, and they may impact the shape of such chain, because they are part of reporting of scope 3. And here we face a great dilemma and challenges. That is, in Poland and in other countries the situation is not better. The key problem is that farmers who are not legal companies have problems with recording data from their fields, problems with accounting data, any data as regards their agricultural output. And farmers are very much afraid that the calculation of emissions or impact of agricultural production of farming on the environment is very costly, and they could not afford it. As a rule, we would always have the psychological mental resistance, because it's a new thing, a change. So I don't understand it. I don't know why it's being done. So as a rule, as a human being, I would say no. We, as the foundation, very often see in various models of cooperation between the agri-food industry and farmers a very big problem. The problem which may lead, in fact, to double counting, that is double funding, insetting and offsetting. As you are perfectly well aware, under ESG reporting, as a rule, the industry should first focus on a reduction of emissions within its own supply chain, food chain, and where it exhausts or inset possibilities, also within Scope 3, they may start compensating emissions by buying carbon credits, or it may supplement a major reduction method by other methods, but all the time within its food chain. But the problem is that carbon credits must be first in line with taxonomy and standards, and they must be confirmed by reliable, measurable, and confirmable data, which is one of the biggest problems. So let me just show you a very nice picture that presents the function that Terra Nostra sees every day. Each farmer has some farming production, agricultural production. Of course, it might be different profile. It could be plant production, animal or mixed production. And of course, but because we use fertilizer, we use pesticides or plant protection agents or agrotechnical treatment, they have emissions. So these are direct CO2 emissions or emissions related to the methane, which is most often seen in animal production, and emissions relating from the nitrogen oxygen, and this is because of the use of synthetic minerals, which is not good. So you see, the emissions are not small, and each agricultural production means that there is field work, and in addition, the goods are stored directly at the farmers in conditions which are controlled most often, or other storage facilities are used. All these factors cause emission. It is a part which is calculated for each agricultural production, for each specific product, and on each hectare. And in theory, it's very simple when we read the guidelines, and we see this have kind of using a calculation file like Excel, for example. But the problem starts when we are aware of the fact that farming is not a closed factory. It's not an area which is closed within the building, which has a foundation and a roof and control it. It's a field. Field is exposed to atmospheric conditions. It relies on such key things like soil, which differs even in one field. And then a huge problem begins, because a farmer, especially the farmer who starts implementing regenerative practices, which by definition says that his key activity is at the moment aiming at creating such solutions, techniques and practices whose objective would be to regenerate natural resources, that is soil and water, and the most often effect of that regeneration is sequestration. And in theory, it looks very good. But in practice, our farmers are exposed to the fact that they, have to deal with entities that come to their fields, and they want to sign with them some agreements on carbon credits. That is the so-called environmental benefit. Another company goes to the farmer, says, I will pay you more to the ton of the product that you produce on the same field, just because when you just specify the emission from which we would deduct sequestration. And there is one more thing. Each country, in the framework of the requirements of Paris, has also an obligation to reduce their emissions. And in Poland and in all other countries, the ministries made a decision to introduce some practices which now also contribute to sequestration on the same field by paying some amounts for that, or implementing some programs, which in Poland are called eco schemes. And here I've started thinking, and maybe it's a kind of doubt. Don't you think it's strange that on one field we have three forms of financing? Isn't it strange? Why is it so? Why it shouldn't be like that, and why we should do our best so that at the moment we should be more specific about it, or to think how we should resolve the possible problem of double counting. That is because that for the majority of industry, especially the industries producing flour, 80% of emissions in the production chain is a product that is transported to the industry producer. It's a lot, because that is very good for food mills industries.
When we talk about bread production, we have about 500 grams of wheat. So we produce 2,000 loaves of bread. You don't know, I don't know whether you know what is the average consumption. This is 38 and 80 in Europe. That is why every one of us, we eat one loaf of bread which has got a concrete number of emission before it gets into our tables. So, and now when we have classical farming, traditional one, which is not oriented on regeneration of natural resources, so we see that the emissions of such wheat, this is about 600 or 700 of CO2 per 1 ton of wheat. So when we have the real payment of this farming, assuming that there are no other issues that would not allow us to deduct the positive influence on the agriculture, the result is between 240 and 520, and on average it's about 300 kilograms of CO2 per 1 ton. So just from the calculation itself, we are able to get 30% of emission reduction. How do we do it in Terra Nostra Foundation? It's not a simple process, because most of all we just say that we cooperate with the society which has got some doubts, reservation, and they do not have knowledge. So the thing that we do most is the knowledge. Then we diagnose the status in a given farming, taking into account the soil. We do not examine it, we diagnose it. Unfortunately, we as foundation, we do far more research than the EU directive requires or FAO guidance require. Why? Because we know that the organic material does not give us the answer what kind of recommendation or actions can be done by a farmer on its farming, because it is influenced by far many factors: cooperation between the components, chemistry, not only pH in the KCl but also in water, all this absorption and analysis, and obviously the symbiosis, interdependence between all the components of soil. On this basis, we give recommendations to the farmers how they are to function. We collect all the data, we just put it into the platforms. We just use the platform AgroLink 360, and then this farmer is ready to do the check. And then I can check how I manage it in a regenerative way. that I can say that I am pro-environmental. And then we have the external certifying organizations evaluate such a farm using a special form. In parallel, we prepare a report analysis of emissions and the influence that it has got on environment in the context of water, soil and biodiversity. The most important thing is to combine these two aspects in the whole report and decarbonization recommendations. Because why do we need emissions? Why do we need the numbers if we are not able to transform them into farming recommendations? Because they have to produce food every day and every year, and each year these conditions may change. What is the future of reporting? In my opinion, future of reporting is that fact that the ESG is not a report issue only, but it will become the element of competitiveness. It will obviously be making life of some people difficult. ESG can help us to build the chain of values, value chain in the food industry, so that the industry or investors are prepared to support food industry in the decarbonization process and creating activities and investments in their activities, so that the effect is not going to be to get the effect of getting a new combine, a new machine, but the effect would be more positive effect on the environment. For me, something that is making more difficult and making easy this process would be the political decisions. Sometimes it starts functioning well. It would be beneficial to us. The climate keeps changing. There could be some decisions that make this process easier or make it far more difficult. To sum up, for me, ESG becomes a standard, not only regulation, and I will always ask everybody, all the decision makers and yourselves, to care for the transparency of data, and at this point to build the success of ESG and trust of the consumers based on the data. Let it be transparent, verifiable and true. And what is necessary for it is to support farmers, because they do not have teams for ESG as are employed in most of the food industry companies. Thank you very much for your attention. Thank you very much. Katarzyna Jurga. It was a very beautiful introduction to our discussion, and these theses at the end of the lecture would be the theses that would be worth developing during the discussion. So that is why we would like to go into the panel of our experts, and the whole discussion will be moderated by Madame Iwona Dryba. So please invite and introduce our speakers. Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. My name is Iwona Dryba, and I have the pleasure that for a few years I've been directing Farmer PR editorial. I am happy that we can meet here, because we try widely to use variable support of the Institute. Thank you very much for the subject matter support. Thank you for sharing the experience and the knowledge. And I am very happy that we can meet here, and we also say hello to all the online participants. I would like to say that this group of people involved in agriculture and agro zone is quite big, because we had 2.5 real users visited us. So this is very interesting to people. So So I do count on your support so that we can propagate this knowledge. Without further overdue, I don't want to talk about the portal, but at REM and to the practice and to the knowledge. So that is why I would like to invite to our debate Paulina Kaczmarek, who is the head of the Sustainable Development from Danone. Grzegorz Brodziak, President of the Management Board of Good Valley Agro SA and the President of the Management Board of the Polish Agriculture Federation. Katarzyna Jurga from the Terra Nova Agricultural Development Foundation, who delivered quite a lot of, quite an interesting lecture. Małgorzata Bojańczyk, Director at the Association of the Sustainable Agriculture and Food Poland Agro-Woman Initiative, which is well known, and we are always happy to support them. We do show women in agriculture. And to finish off, Jacek Grzybowski, Director for Strategic Accounts, BNP Paribas, the Director from the bank. Thank you very much. I am very happy that we can meet in this group. I wouldn't hide that this topic for the farmers and for the agriculture is difficult, and sometimes it's quite mysterious. That Katarzyna Jurga has mentioned at the very beginning. To begin with, I would like to start from Omnibus slogan, because I think that towards the end of February, Omnibus and the proposals presented by two commissioners turned upside down everything that we were getting ready for when we talk about the ESG reporting. Competitive economy must have competitive regulations, a more common sense, not prudent approach. That is why maybe I would like to start for this introduction, because this is something breaking news for us, and this is something that shows us how it can look like in the further perspective. That is why maybe to Madam Director, open question to you. How do you evaluate Omnibus today and these proposals? Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. Thank you very much for invitation. It was mentioned many times today during this lecture that everybody was waiting for this omnibus. There are a few issues. It's not only the question of reporting of sustainable development, but also the CBAM and taxonomy, and also authorization, even CBA tax. According to my knowledge, according to me, it results from the costs of introducing this transformation, the business costs that are translated later on to the transfer to the farmers and to the consumers. It is said a lot in the Clean Deal, in this industrial approach about the cost of energy, and here everything is interconnected, and Omnibus is to help to go out from the role of showing this public relations and or the help to the sustainable development, and go into concrete actions to support this transformation. This results from the Draghi report, and this is needed for digitalization and finance. This is the letter reporting. So it is just the question that we have to be competitive towards China and Europe. So sustainability in the context of ESG, but we need to simplify it so that we are able to introduce it in the first place. I just would like to say that before I got to Danone, I worked in advising companies, and I was preparing ESG reports. We know how labor-consuming and difficult process it is, and how important it is, even when we talk about big companies. When we had the directive CSRD, when we talk about the sustainable development, I was really very happy. It's good that the European Union is so progressive. But later on, I started to observe a negative trend, because maybe this hurdle was too high, because companies were threatened that there will be penalties, that there must be some requirements which have to be met. And in the effect, some actors in the public debate started to distance themselves from the Green Deal and ESG reporting, which is not good. So from my point of view, in the current global and political context, so after Omnibus, 80% less companies will have to report. So I think decreasing this reporting would be a good solution. We've been reporting ESG ratios for many years, so we have to step back to be able to go forward, and maybe later on. So maybe we are in a place where we have to think over some regulatory issues, how we can make it so that the sustainable development develops. Maybe this clean deal, or whatever it's called like right now, maybe this would be the direction to go towards. So I just look at this simplification in a steady way. Grzegorz, maybe you as a representative of entrepreneurs, and a person who is talking about the sustainable to the low emission in agri-food industry. How do you see this step in this legislation? Yes, we as an enterprise for 20 years, we've been reporting. I have a report from 2004 on the paper, which is not eco-friendly, but we have it. And so there was information sent over to eco stakeholders. So this topic is not something new to us. We've been working with this for many years, and we have to talk about it in the context of Omnibus. We want people to whom we address these regulations that see the sense and translation into the effect. And I do understand and agree that this primary version, there is a threat, there is a fear how much work is involved, how much it is going to cost, how many people will be involved. Maybe it will be specified, maybe it's bad compared with competition. So when we want to get it at the not only in the micro scale, but also the environmental and social effects, when we talk about the European society, we have to step back. We cannot overthrow the situation. We exaggerate here. This package, this deregulation package is necessary. We will see what the final shape is going to look like, but the introduction of it raises hopes. In the morning, I talked to a representative of the association, which associates about 20,000 units, entities. And they were very positive. It was the associations of the employers, and they need more time and less red tape. When we talk about Omnibus, we could see that this is the less ambitions. No, the objective is the same. There is less burden, but the objective is the same. We want to have zero emissions. And here, when we talk about the simplification, simplification, reduction of bureaucracy, the regulations, when we talk about the reporting. A question to Katarzyna Jurga, how do you evaluate it? Because I made some comments that this is the price for people who have not done anything about reporting of sustainable development in their companies. And in fact, we do not see that this education is to go towards the chain of values, towards the farmers, is to extend and get more tempo. Before simplifications of omnibus came into force, according to the reports of the companies which were obliged to report, over 7% of these companies had these reports prepared, and 30 were very advanced. When we talk how many companies started their adventure with ESG, it was quite a lot. Simplification is important because ESG reporting is not a simple process, and this simplification really may mean that the main objectives, the environmental objectives which were assigned to us, will be achieved, but maybe we will do it in a subtle way, maybe slower, but we give ourselves the time to build awareness of suppliers who are small, micro, or small, medium businesses. We give time to the consumers to understand why we do it and what is the bigger sense of it. So I see it's being very positive of these simplifications, and I do agree with the former speakers, but I see one small threat. Strategy of simplification talks about so-called volunteering, and there is one more problem in this, that in here you have to take into account the market of sales and the best interest of the consumers, and the entities that create the sales markets.
It is not a farmer who is at a very low level, although they like protesting. This is big food industry to whom the implications are not relevant. But sooner or later, the industry would go down to all their suppliers, and they would ask suppliers to give them the information which would be necessary for reporting. Finally, let me ask Mr. Jacek Grzybowski, let me get back to what has been said by Commissioner. 60% of all entities say that reporting is a cost that limits their investment and innovation. That what was said while presenting Omnibus. This group includes small and medium-sized enterprises, which are the driving force for the EU's economy. So we must listen to them. We must take their opinion into account. What do you think about simplifications? Would they stop the reporting process, or there was too much regulation? I think that generally Omnibus will slow down the process of implementing reporting in enterprises, that's for sure, because everything was somehow arranged, and this omnibus is a game changer now. Yeah, it was stopped halfway. But as has been said, objectives have not changed, and I think that the process that was started in large companies would not be stopped. Of course, it might be so that these decisions are such, or maybe indeed large companies think that this is kind of additional time for preparing such reporting. That's for sure. But I think that the process, the change has already started, and we will not give it up. And this is certainly additional time for large companies to get adapted to that reporting. What is also crucial is, I think, the food market, or the market of selling food products is very much regulated or determined by supermarket chains. And it all depends how all these chains would approach food producers, whether they would impose on such producers obligations, but it would not be provided for directly in EU regulations. Nevertheless, producers would look at the expectations of large supermarket chains. All right, thank you very much. So, well, now we are discussing reporting. Maybe now Paulina Kaczmarek, please tell us how it looks in practice at the beginning, because you are as a global company, how you prepare reports, where you face the biggest difficulties, for example, and how you cope with that. So at the moment you can read the integrated report, the global report of the known companies, universal registration document for 2024. It is being drafted according to the requirements, legal requirements, still binding. The integrated report covers financial, non-financial data. It has 500 pages. 120 is about sustainable development. So please read the report. I really recommend it to you, especially as regards the part of disclosing according to ISRS standards. Some particular indicators are described in a very versatile, comprehensive way, and I saw the report several days ago, and for me, I see that it was very interesting to get to know all about these transparent indicators and the new regulatory formula. As for reporting in such a big company like the group of Danone companies, it's a global company, the process is composed of many stages. All starts with a sustainable strategy, the impact journey, which is adopted at the headquarters level, central level, and then it's cascaded to specific markets. And we also here in Poland adjust priorities within this strategic framework to what is important for us here in Poland. So although there is one strategic framework, the priorities between the countries differ depending on the state of development of the country, of the status of the markets, etc. So the strategy is, first and foremost, this framework that builds reporting for us. And on the other hand, we do have indicators and systems for reporting. We've been using, as Danone, various tools, digital tools for the purpose, which help us collect indicators. This is a lot of work. My team works on collecting indicators on emission, and it really creates how to counteract food aids. We enter data into the systems, then the data is integrated at the central level. Naturally, in addition to figure indicators, we do collect quality data, and we have an additional tool for that. So every year we have such a campaign where we do collect all practices, various activities, which are used later on in companies' reporting, and naturally audits. And every year we are audited by auditors selected by the headquarters who come here and, according to the audit methodology, check if everything is right. If there are any irregularities, we must correct that. This year we have an additional audit related to CSRD, so we are getting prepared for that. And this is a kind of machinery, so do priorities differ greatly between countries, for example? I mean, the strategic framework is the same. We have just one such framework. So when we look at the strategy of Danone, we have issues related to health and with the food profile of our products, so decreasing sugar content, fortification of the products. These are the objectives for us. Education of consumers on a healthy diet. This is one group of objectives and indicators used to measure progress. The second area is environmental protection. So here is the carbonization objectives, objectives related to water protection, regenerative agriculture, circular packaging, counteracting food waste. And the third area are objectives, goals related to taking care of employees of the company, selecting, supporting their careers and equality, gender equality. And we have also here local communities, that is, communities around our factories, social dialogue, and taking care of employees' say, development. So if we look at Poland, every year we have our priorities selected, but every year we verify them. And in a moment I will start in the company planning for 2026, and again we will make an assessment. So whether on the basis of various sources, so we are trying to confirm that the priorities from last year are still vital, or we introduce something new on that basis. For us, of crucial importance is decarbonization. We've been supporting it for many years, and that's important for on all markets of Danone. We do very much care about introducing regenerative practices. We have the company Żywiec Zdrój within our company, so water retention, water protection. This is a great problem in Poland, yes. So it also affects us in agriculture. We see some shortages of water deficit, which is a problem for our suppliers, that is milk producers, farmers producing milk. So that's important for farms. So as a rule, we know the direction, but of course priorities differ between particular countries, but it all contributes to the global strategy. So Grzegorz, what about situation in your company? What were the key moments of reporting? Which barriers did you face, and how did you overcome that, and which practice is most interesting? We are not yet covered by mandatory reporting. We have voluntary one for 20 years now. In fact, we have simple, say, reports that we prepare, but now if we are to report sustainable development, we have sustainability reporting as well, and our enterprise is a food production, so from field to fork. So we have field, we have animal foods, feeds production, processing and producing of renewable energy in Poland and in Ukraine. We have a company in Ukraine, and the scale is big for Poland because several thousand hectares, but in Ukraine it's not that big. It's just an average farm holding in Ukraine. So we are lucky that we started reporting or informing our milieu about voluntary reporting, not because ESG was introduced, because we wanted to show that in the context of the environment we are responsible. So have you been looking at the other companies? What do you mean? I mean other companies, yes. How did you start doing? Because the capital comes from Denmark, so we had good models from Denmark. So our owners, Danish farmers, had experience from their activity in Denmark, and they also experienced some trouble, even social and political trouble, related to the fact that, well, that they had problems with pesticide residues, and that's why they were aware that some solutions should be introduced, and then inform people, so that to break the stereotype of perceiving a farm, especially a large farm, as harmful to the environment. So yes, we had examples first and foremost from Denmark, and we wanted to show that we take care of the environment and that we behave decently towards our employees and social milieu milieu, and we want to have everything arranged well within our company, that is governance. And we were to communicate all these things. And we introduced internal processes as regards data collection, because what is most important is data collection for the report. And that became the standard that functions today, that would require definitely is changing, increasing it as regards complying with requirements of CSRD. That's ahead of us, but we feel we are well prepared. As far as I remember, the directive specifies 1,000 areas for reporting. Yes, the list is really huge, impressive. Well, when I was listening to the Commissioner's speech, unfortunately, we saw that some items are contradictory. Yes, that's why we have to have a common sense here and a rational approach, so that reporting could see the sense from it and benefit, so that not to prepare reports for the sake of reports. It should be sold to consumers or everyone else. So first make consumers interested in it, so that they know how the product, the final product, in this case food, was made, and so that the buyer within these networks, chains should buy it and should not pay a higher price for that. And it's still a problem. So to monetize, we have to monetize the solution. That's important. And information should be spread about what we are doing. It's still a problem, because I see we have a gap between the kind of approach as a citizen who declares that want to buy products produce higher environmental and animal welfare standards, but as a consumer they are not willing to pay a higher price for that, but they should, because of the standard. Now, a question to Katarzyna Jurka. How does it translate into agriculture? Which technologies should they use? What do you observe in your contact with farmers? And an interesting thing of double counting, because eco schemes, carbon credits. I think in this case the market is not yet regulated in Poland. So how to somehow be able to operate here in terms of agriculture? Well, generally I do sympathize with farmers, because they are at the very beginning of the whole chain, and as regards the decisions and things. But everybody was afraid of eco schemes, and now we have some limits, because everybody learned how to do it, and they are willing to implement these practices of eco schemes. So the situation won't be so bad. I do believe it won't be so bad, but we must somehow regulate very much what is the impact, and if indeed what is the impact of double counting in the context of what we are doing under CAP from public finance, and which practices should be financed, and whether we should finance. Maybe the effects of the practices should be funded, because I guess we are not yet sure which effects was produced by particular eco schemes. I mean here environmental effect, because the financial one we know, because as a country we know how much such eco schemes cost us. The situation is such that farmers somehow are not knowledgeable about all these things, because they are getting lost in it. Farmers are businessmen. They have to earn money for them, for their families. So if they have good financial offers, that someone would pay him for an environmental benefit, which is not well defined, but euro is paid to the hectare, then the farmer signs the contract on it. And so far I haven't seen any public discussion about it, whether it's a threat to us or not. We, as the foundation, would like to go really in depth this topic, because it's a difficult topic in everyday discussions with farmers. You asked the question about double counting, how to solve the problem, but I can't find a solution. I'm not sure if it is double counting. It's not final confirmed yet. And you asked a question about techniques and technologies. Practice. I think that farming is such an area where technologies are really developing very strongly, and they will continue to do so. And there is no one good technique or technology. Agriculture, because it's specific, the fact that they're producing outside in the open air, because being relying on the climate, location, geology, it will always have to use all these technologies, techniques, practices, even the most recent ones should be tailored to the needs and possibilities. And there is a wide area to be used, starting from soil diagnosis to spectral solutions, the development of preparation substances that support the production, and they could be substitutes of plant protection agents. They are not yet. And fertilizer, compost, the way of dosing, of applying from through leaves by using drones or even airplanes. There are many techniques through all agrotechnical treatment, that is machines, equipment, which is now being modernized greatly. So there have been great changes. Sometimes when I looked at the farmers' equipment, I think that such equipment, farmers are much more advanced, even more than passenger cars used by passengers just to move between some locations. But that's very good. But I'm very happy that farmers are now benefiting from development, from technology, even AI, which they use very often in their production and in reporting ESG. So we've seen a great development of technology in that reporting as well. I do remember that for the first time I saw emissions of agricultural production several years ago. We just had Excel, that's it. And now we have sometimes simple, sometimes too simple, and sometimes we have very complicated calculation platforms used to calculate all emissions and environmental impact. They take into account soil tests, even each tree growing next to the field, and that's taken into account to specifying final results. That's very good, because we are developing all the time. The worst thing that could be done is to create one model that we would try to multiply by 4 in each and every farm. Thank you so much.
And now question to Małgorzata Bojańczyk. How should we educate? How should we cooperate within the field to fork value chain? Maybe I will be a little bit of advocate of devil advocates, so that we don't get bored too much. So when we talk about educating the suppliers and introducing of all the projects, for years we've been examining this process in many reports, and a few years ago we I've made a report, sustainable of food in Poland, and we just see how consumers understand it. We had some quality research between the consumers, and then we said we are at the beginning of our way. So there was some kind of strategic and an investment approach by the company to the ESG topic. So when we talked about this geopolitical problems and post-COVID type, then we looked at the data and how this data is collected. And it was not very positive when we talk about the statistical data collection, so data which is based on declarations, not on real data. And today we are at the stage where we have a report, we have a few quality interviews. So we have a general overview on how business approaches it. And I would put it this way: education is really very good. and the fact how much via education it is introduced into practice is another matter. But the business educates its suppliers. There are some financial incentives. The financial incentives are very important. And where we are at the moment, when we talk about the practical issues which can be translated into the emission issues, we are at the beginning of our road, because when it turns that we have to pay for given projects that concern data collection, looking how it functions, introducing these regenerative practices, it's not a lot of it. So here I would say that from the pragmatic side, we need education not only for the suppliers, but for business. Why it is important to start it from the practice? So there are a few challenges, because there is not one single decision of the sustainable and regenerative farming. So how should consumer find itself, understand this? So if business sometimes gets lost, so sometimes consumers may get lost as well. But looking at it from the European Commission perspective and what was announced in the documents that we talked about, so here we have a strong phenomenon of integrated pest management that combines it all. When we talk about how we should manage chemicals using digitalization, how to develop biocontrol, which is strongly mentioned by the Commission. This is the question of agronomy practices. So this is one small element, but I think that this is a direction that we should focus on. Maybe it's not as sexy as regenerative or sustainable farming, which are very much in vogue at the moment. But I think that this education, it's not only for farmers, because I think there is a lot of improvement when we talk about their education, but it's also the question of the businesses, and I don't want to go into the advisory services because it is a longer discussion, but the business and consumers must know. So I would be discussing whether it is the farmer or consumer who is at the beginning of the chain. Well, it depends on how we approach it. Well, there is something going on in the farming. Maybe it's not so precise. We don't know. We don't always know how to fill in this report. But for instance, Denmark, they suggest a tax on emission-based form of the beef association. They suggest eco scheme also concerning the sustainable production. So, but there are some bottom-up initiatives, and this is spreading. But a question to Jacek Grzybowski. How do you see these investments when we talk about the sustainable production? How can you help your entities so that this is just and so that we do not lose competitiveness? So generally speaking, banking sector is very much oriented on financing sustainable investments, and it is seen in the recent years, especially BNP Paribas has got in its strategy. There is a next strategy for the next years to come. So definitely financing sustainable development and investments will be important. So 11.6% would be the sustainable development. So this is 10,600,000,000 zlotys. So when you look at it, food and agro sector, because this is what the sector that I represent, the team that I lead. There is a value chain financing. So this is financing of ecosystems for food production, because big producers at various stages, big integrators are at various stages when we talk about introduction of regenerative agriculture at their suppliers. So what we help, we just give some tool where the farmers are convinced or encouraged to use it, to use regenerative agriculture. We have 25% of share of all the financing of all the cards for farmers. And when we talk about the corporate banks, it is 60-70%. So this we are quite unique. So because on the one hand we cooperate with big integrators on the market, on the other one we cooperate with the farmers. So we help we facilitate this transformation, and we are very much interested in transformation of the Polish countryside, because decarbonization of the Polish agriculture. So this is regenerative approach is helping the decarbonization and helping to improve quality of soil. So this regenerative issue is very widely spoken in our case. When we talk about Polish farming and agriculture, do you see a political will, some systemic approach to increase this financing for the companies, for the farms? When we talk about the Polish farmer, an offer concerning the Polish farmers are very good. We have very good offer for them. The best offer for today that I have for farmers, these are subsidized credits. These are credits which are not available when we talk about big companies. Even Danone company would not be able to get so preferential conditions for financing, because, for instance, if we talk about purchasing of machines, we talk about 15 years credit on WIBOR level. So this is a very, very good offer when we talk about the farmer and its access to capital. But when we talk about introducing regenerative farming among Polish farmers, definitely there is a big role to be played by companies which integrate these farmers. So from the business point of view, a Green Deal spoiled a lot the way how it was introduced. But according to our Boston Consulting Group or Klim company, so their analysis show that regenerative farming is really good, profitable for farmers. It's worthwhile doing this. And if farmers understand that the improving quality of soil or regenerative farming will bring appropriate profits in given time, I think that this process will start. It will be similar like PV panels. So generally speaking, in the countryside, everybody was very cautious when we talk about PV panels. They didn't want it. And now if you go through the Polish countryside, generally speaking, you can see an old house with PV panels. So I think that this is education, organic work to explanation. 11.6% of credits. So what would be your objective for the years to come? This strategy is being prepared, but definitely the objectives will be very ambitious. I saw that you wanted to refer to the coal tax in the farming, which is introduced in Denmark by legal regulation, and it comes in 2030. But generally speaking, the introduction of this tax in Denmark was due to social compromise. We just asked, why have you agreed to this? And they said, if we had not agreed to that, we wouldn't be at the table. We had to come and to negotiate compromise, which is sensible. First of all, we have time given, and secondly, there are some methods introduced by pro-climate activities, and this is how it works. And when we talk about it, so we need dialogue, we need to come up with compromise so that we can get the final objective without protest, without tension that we can observe. One word of comment about communication. Because safety, also the communication safety, is one of the priorities of the Polish presidency. I think when we talk about the European Green Deal, the quality of disinformation, the negative emotions, which is not fact-based but populism-based, created a lot of chaos. So I think this is a new opening, and it's very essential so that we, at the level of communication to the farmers and generally speaking the NGOs and everybody speaks at one voice so that we do not repeat this one mistake. Yes, because I think what we missed it was the encouragement and presenting the benefits. What would be the benefits in this area? So when we talk about the funds, together with our suppliers, we have regenerative packages. Last year, we announced a program which is called Dan Agri, and this is to financially support our suppliers in decarbonization. Within this program, we announced that by the end of this year, we will have spent 10 million zlotys to support decarbonization. Yesterday, we signed the first agreement for co-financing biogas facility at one of our suppliers. And we have a few suppliers with whom we are about to finalize agreement. When we talk about this biogas facilities, we have about 100 of them. Danone is there is an objective to have 8 of such installations. And I agree with gentlemen from BNP Paribas that we need financing which combines financing of food industry like Danone and with the public and private financing. And here I think that we need to think how to combine these elements to support farmers in this. What is convincing farmers? Money, concrete money. The question, do we support these investments or not? We also consider offering premium bonuses for regenerative and sustainable farming, not only education and objectives, but concrete issues. When we talk about the consumers, we want everybody who come and chooses our products. And for the consumers, these green aspects are not essential. We choose yogurt due to taste, health, and price. These sustainable development issues are important, but they are at position 6 or 7. And maybe it's good. Maybe we should not require everybody to be a specialist on sustainable development. For us, communication is a challenge. The report that I showed mentioned, there's 500 pages. For me, it's interesting, but for every average Mr. Smith, it's not digestible. So here you can give up after the first page. So we have to talk in a simple language via symbols, via stamp certifications. Consumer do not have time to go in depth in this information, and they need very simple communication. So here, will we see this information when we talk about marking of food? Last year, we finished B Corp products certification for all our companies, and this is the certification of screening of the company connected with sustainable development at many levels. So we think that using external mark could be helpful. I am just thinking how. On the one hand, we will simplify communication about decarbonization, about the regenerative farming, also taking into account green claims. Because on the one hand, we have to simplify it. On the other hand, we cannot say that it's we cannot simply simplify this because we could be accused of greenwashing. How can we be simple but transparent and reliable with some kind of QR code, with the methodology in the internet, so that we can do the right job? I think this is super difficult. I would like to share this reflection, because we just say that when we have the final product, when we have meat and processed meat, and for 7 years we've been running this research, asking the consumer what is important for you, and obviously the pro-climate, pro-environmental issues, pro-animals, it is below the price, quality, taste, and look. So this is also the question of what we need is a simple communication which covers this analysis and things, and consumers will not read it. They need to have a good symbol packaging. Once we have a good functioning symbols in the whole EU, and also in this area, it should work. And counter example would be in Germany, where we have the well-being of animals, 5 different levels. This didn't work here because the consumer doesn't really know what it is all about.
The example, if you allow, I will give you now from practice, is a great challenge for us, as regards our suppliers, so that to know their footprint. Finally, the situation was such that we wanted to introduce test on science-based targets initiative. This is one of the models which was to be used. So yeah, we wanted to do something based on ESBT, and the partner said, no, I would not introduce that at all. No, not at all. This is an extreme example how these acronyms and the complicated language may really complicate communication. It should be simple, it should be effective. I mean, all these declarations with regard to supply chain, and finally, as regards the consumer. Otherwise, we won't be successful. I'd like to add that I would be cautious as regards this topic of labeling. I would wait for what would happen with the European Commission proposal, because we have no one standard now. All the standards now on the market, if you were to do benchmarking, we would have a problem to know where we are, because Safe Platform did some pilot project for regenerative agriculture as regards the introduction of this standard. There was global assessment before that. There were many other things. The European Parliament reviewed over 200 such standards with a view to the Green Deal, and they selected 15 who qualified, because I'm sure we would not have just one standard for sustainable agriculture, like we have this green leaf for organic farming. It would be difficult to do it like that, although it would be helpful. There will work carried out for this sustainable carbon cycling at the Commission level, but how it will look, I don't know. We have to wait. Everything ahead of us. Katarzyna, would you like to refer to that? I'd like to refer to a very interesting topic discussed here. I mean, regarding financing, because generally the whole supply chain is a big business for which finally the consumer pays. Therefore, the consumer should be informed in a clear, transparent way on the activities done by the chain. So we should also educate consumers why we produce something in a sustainable way, in an environmentally friendly way. But as regards financing, I would like to tell you something. I'm not sure if I would be somehow against all the things said, because my dream is that each and every farmer living in Poland, not only Poland, could be able to live off their production, and there wouldn't be any necessity to introduce some programs involving some subsidies or the programs that would mitigate some effects that happened in a specific year. Because I think that if we work in business, we take some risks, there are some barriers, and we first and foremost know in which environment we work. We make some analysis, including economic analysis, environmental analysis, and we take some risks. And then, if the farmer is not alone and should be part of the food chain, and together with the agri-food industry, and with the financial department and with its insurance department, should be supported, such farmer. So that would be an ideal picture that I'd like to see. Maybe not, it would not be in my lifetime, but maybe my kids would see it, so that it would happen. That farmers indeed are really part of that chain, and they are economically viably operating, and then all these support would not be necessary for them to function. Because someone once told me that when you give a handout to someone, you cannot take it back. But this is very brutal language, but I wouldn't like the farmers' milieu to be seen like that, because they are businessmen who work in very difficult conditions. Okay, but looking at the agrarian structure today, we have 1,200,000 farms in Poland who submit applications for payments, additional payments, and the average farm size is 11 hectares. They are very small farms, fragmented farms. So how to involve them into the system? Because it's difficult to reach out to these people. Can I say something, please? Right, please. Right, because yes, you have different experience, I guess. So it's really good, because 3 weeks ago I took part in the Forum of Financing Polish Agro-Business. They appealed for giving us knowledge on how our small and medium farms look. But of course, banks were clearly stating that to give credit, even including emissions, we have the partner who has a good, let's say, prospects that would be able to implement the business case and repay the credit facilities. When we read various expert opinions for many years now, we see that the average farm size should be 50, 70 hectares. This is is the size that may ensure absorption of credit facilities and that may introduce technology that would change standards into regenerative ones and would have a biogas plant investment. So that is the structural challenge for us here in Poland. But I would not be attached to this average farm size of 11 hectares, as we know, madam, because the structure of use is different. Use is different. We don't know which, because we have no measurement tools. We have very informal land-lease agreements, and the accumulation, in fact, in economic reality is taking place. But we should really know what is the average farm size, and we should have appropriate legal regulations to shape, let's say, motivation, to have motivation for land consolidation. That is the trend that we can observe all across the world, and we should have it here in Poland. That's a challenge. I do talk to local farmers in our region in Pomerania. When I ask my neighbor who has 60 hectares, and do you invest? I ask him, do you want to have some digital solutions, agriculture 4.0 or any other things? He says, no, I don't even have a successor. Why should I be doing? That's another problem. Not only in Polish agriculture, but in European. Who would be a successor of farms, who would be farming in the future? So this investment, which is a risk, is also limited by the structure and demographic problems. These are the key challenges. Now, open questions to you, Katarzyna and Jacek, how to involve these small and medium farms. There is no single method for that. There is no one method for technology or practice that's similar, but we can have a look at various mechanisms in different countries, because in Romania, I think the average farm size is 2.5 hectares, and the farms are merging to create big ones, even up 1,000, 15,000 hectares. So recently visited Romania, and we discussed this with the representatives of such farms. So they do merge, and there are hundreds or even thousands shareholders, and then they manage farm on a much bigger areas. They are ready to be competitive. They are ready to face some challenges then, and similar solutions we can observe in Czechia. But in Poland, we've had a very long tradition of dialogue, conversation. I do hope we would get back to that tradition, and thanks to that, the farms could merge, and without even breaking any right to land. So what, producers groups, cooperatives, what would you say? Something like that, yes. I wouldn't say that one of these solutions is the best or the most effective, because as I've mentioned, these solutions should be tailor-made. But to get to such solutions, or to be able to discuss such solutions, we should take into account effectiveness, economic effectiveness. If farm owners would see that it would make sense to combine with others to merge, then they would be able to break some barriers. Jacek, what about you? Would you involve small and medium-sized farms? As you said, there is 1,200,000 farms in Poland. It is 1,200,000 who submit applications for payments, but additional payments. But it's different as compared to those who live from farming. It's 300,000, 400,000. But 460,000 apply for fertilizers. So these are active farmers. So that is perhaps the best source of information, 460,000. But I do agree that as regards these small farms, indeed, this area would get polarized even more. And Poland has had very good experience as regards cooperatives in Poland, because we've had several examples in the dairy sector. Yeah, I'm just looking at Paulina, but we know which companies I'm talking about. And I know these are businesses run in the form of cooperatives. And generally, farmers, suppliers are shareholders of such companies. So I think that indeed the small ones, small farmers would have to get together to merge into bigger organisms such as cooperatives or different ones, so that to respond to the market challenges that are ahead of us. Isn't it presented in your report at the conference of BNP Paribas? You indicated a strong growth in this merging of small farms, so that to obtain minimum economic and justified annual revenue, because you said that well, there are such mergers, even up to 8%, let's say. So something is going on the Polish market. Paulina, just one sentence. The last one. So in addition to that trend, maybe not trend, but the transformation or the requirement on ESG pertaining to regenerative and sustainable agriculture, if farmers or suppliers or farmers in general would not adjust themselves to the norms, to standards, and would not be really very much interested in commercial production, which is important, especially given the future Ukraine's membership of the European Union, then the small ones would get out of the market. So 400,000 farms has been mentioned for a long time. So it seems that it is just the commercial farms, and the rest is just social farming. So now, finally, the open question to you. All simplifications, all the regulations are now evoked by global situation changing rapidly. We are losing our strategic partners, it might seem at least. Especially in public debates, we can see it. So what would it have, how formal consequences would it look, we don't know. But Europe has always been green. Europe was the first to propose the highest standards. Now many commercial agreements, future membership of Ukraine in EU, which is not so distant. Will we defend ourselves, or would Europe be a kind of paper tiger, administrative tiger? How do you see the future of our agri-food chain and the condition of all these food companies that would have to compete fiercely? That's the kind of final question to all of you. Go ahead. So let me reverse here the answer. I don't know. We would be a kind of paper Europe. I don't know where global politics and economics is going, because it's been dynamic recently, and I have no competence to say anything about it. But I know one thing: for each and every farmer, the foundation for their activity is soil. Without good, fertile, live soil, we would not feed the world. Without the soil that would be able to resist in plant production, which has been to resist to very intense climate change, such as droughts or really great storms, then in a moment our agricultural production would be such that we would not be able to feed ourselves and animals, which are really necessary to us, whatever we can say about the animal impact on climate change. And that's why I think that in all political decisions and various communications that I have found recently on the internet. So, well, we can read many things like that on the internet, but nevertheless, I do hope that farmers are always very close to their soil. They can take the soil into their hands, smell whether it's live or not, and try to maintain their farm agricultural production at the level that would be sufficient for us. So there have been some threats for decades, for hundreds. There have always been some threats. It is not so that something has changed dramatically. Fortunately, we've had decades of, let's say, peace and calm, but that various changes, historical events, well, happened always, but the farmer, the soil, agricultural production must always exist. This is one of the elements without which we are unable to function. So how to be able to face all these global challenges? When we talk about these geopolitical challenges in the context of this slogan, security, like for our presidency, it's security. One of that is also food security. And all the things that are happening, and the transfer has been mentioned of funds in the context of simplification of provisions on ESG, so that this transfer should be moved to innovation and new technologies. Yeah, we saw it in earlier reports in the strategic dialogue as regards the future of agricultural policy, and we have a possibility to give our opinion today. Now there is public consultation at the EU level on the common financial framework, and Poland, just 5% of 52% of votes. We just gave 2 votes, not so many. So, I mean, we have some impact on it. But let's get back to the global context and competitiveness first and foremost. I mean, innovation and new technologies, how to finance those, how to create public and legal, let's say, funds, because here the gap is quite big. Paulina, I would agree with Katarzyna that I don't know where the world is going, what is the direction. It's hard to assess it, but looking at various trends, the globalization that has been developing for several decades is retreating. Now we are going into the kind of regionalism, regional. I don't know whether there will be tariffs between blocks. We don't know how it will look in the future. It's hard to say, but we would get adapted on a current basis to what's coming. As regards ESG, I would get back to what I said at the beginning. Seems that the slowing down of the pace of changes could be good. It will contribute to better understanding of the topic among companies and farmers. If something is implemented so quickly without education, people deny it, refuse it, and we experienced it last year while observing farmers' protests. So we don't want to have such situations, although we would like the transformation to happen faster, because even now we feel the consequences of climate change. Maybe we could do it more slowly and differently. So that's what I wanted to say. And finally, as regards sustainability, it is also related to money. So looking for the activities that would lower emissions and at the same time enable us to save money, save funds, and looking for solutions which would enable us to generate additional value for consumers. These are the things that we would be looking for, and we won't stop such activities. Maybe we would carry out them differently, and we be forced to that because of the weather resulting from climate change and these periodic droughts, which may indeed impact our security, economic profitability, and other factors. So I think here we'll be looking for solutions.
Well, this is an interesting topic. We are between the hammer and the hammer place. Obviously, we have anthropomorphic changing, climate changes and influences agriculture. It's more and more difficult. We have information that over 50% of soil is subject to degradation due to over-exploitation, over-fertilizing. So here we have to understand that this is a cost, short-term cost, maybe 2 years of dropping of crops and then coming back to the previous one. So in most cases there is no smaller crop. Well, we have to act. So we have a vision of agriculture, which was announced in September last year. We had the Draghi report, which shows how not competitive we are in the EU and how it is not in line with our wishes to be competitive. If we don't want to crash over the iceberg, which is the climate change and destroying of all the destructions, and we have to try to show how we can do it, how pro-climate, pro-social issues can be competitive, profitable, and bring about competitive advantage. In the context, for instance, on the biogas facilities that we started to build in 2005, I would like to say that it was not so rosy, but it is very advantageous. This is energy support and profitability and low emissions. So it is really feasible, but we have to be wisely design the changes to address the reality. There are a lot of threats when we look at it from the perspective of the Mercosur or Ukraine, Asia, new policies. We are just losing these competitive advantages. So when we have, but when we talk about Mercosur, when we talk about Brazilian market, you can have the farms of 600,000 hectares. This is one size of one economy. So when you look at Poland, this is a gigantic farm. So, and 3 vegetation seasons in South America. So here we were afraid of Ukraine, but in fact, the threat for the European market producers does exist. Generally speaking, I am an optimist because all my life I served in sales in corporate banking, and I do believe that farmer, not only Polish one but European one, so the fact that regenerative farming is worthwhile. And I do agree with you that here, working on improving the quality of soil from the farmer's point of view, they will see that it is feasible in a longer run. And I think that the formula of up-to-date farming, so also fertilizing, which was fantastic discovery after the Second World War, because it saved us from hunger, has depleted, and regenerative farming would be the response to the improving quality of the Polish countryside. And a summary, well, it's difficult for me to add something more. I also think that that in this moment, when we talk about many risks coming from the global world, so going away from this conventional production, when we talk about the soil which regenerates resources, this is obviously the objective, and this objective is in line with the climate objectives. And apart from that, farmers see that introduction of regenerative farming is not only the benefit when we talk about the reporting of ESG, but this is also good that they can see in their wallets. So when we reduce the technologies, other technologies of farming, changing things. So when a farmer exceeds this mental barrier, when they do not are not afraid to do something, that they are convinced very quickly that this makes sense. So working with farmers, with us, we have a lot of good examples of farmers that they see not a very good improvement of the quality of their soil, but also good balance in their farming. I wouldn't be myself unless I ask some questions from the floor. Are there any questions from the floor? Maybe how it looks like in other countries. Maybe somebody would like to take the floor. Whatever the case, I would like to thank you very much for this interesting information. We are going to continue with this information, and I hope that we will have this. And I would like to invite you to the next stages of our meeting. Professor, I hand the floor over to you. Thank you very much. Thank you very much to all our speakers, panels, for this very interesting discussion. In the next part, we are going to go into the presentation of the results of our results. This will also be context of the experience in 4 countries and taking into account the agri-food industry. And in the next panel, we will be able to confront what we have just said with the perspective of other countries. And now I would like to invite you to a break until 2 p.m. We are coming back at 2 p.m. Thank you very much for your
Ladies and gentlemen, thank you very much. Welcome back after the short, nice break. Here in Warsaw, we had really nice conversations. Now we are come back for the second part of our conference, which is the results of our project. So for the next hours, we'll have an opportunity first to find out what also the outcomes of the research in the division for the 4 countries, and then the comparative introduction to the panel discussion that will sum up our work. So first, I would like to ask Judith Hamori from AKI. She will introduce us with the general approach for the study, the aim of the project, and like some methodological approaches. And then we'll follow with the presentation of the countries. Judy, thank you very much.
Dear participants, I hope you are not too tired after the lunch, because I have a very interesting topic, the regulatory background and the methodology of our V4 research. This is not my... I changed my slides. Oh, so no problem. But it's okay. Okay. Since 2014, the non-financial reporting directive regulated the reporting requirements. Those companies had to apply it, which have more than 500 employees, and listed companies. But then the Corporate Sustainability Reporting Directive replaced the NFRD, and this is widened the scope of the companies which have to make sustainability reports. From this year, from 2025, all the large companies have to make sustainability reports. These companies will be the targets of our research. About the taxonomy regulation in brief, to reach the European green goals, sustainable investments and the mobilization of significant capital is needed. So the aim of the taxonomy regulation to facilitate the flow of the financial resources and to define the sustainable activities and concepts in order to achieve a common understanding and to avoid the greenwashing. The target of the taxonomy regulation the target group are the financial institutions, and towards them the companies. And it defined the six environmental objectives, and also the green activities. Green activities have to contribute for these objectives to be green. On my next two slides, I listed these six environmental objectives and the green activities. I just would like to show you here that in our research, we looked for these green activities in the sustainability reports, and we evaluated these. The aim of our research, since we started our research in 2023, when the NFRD regulation was in force, we aimed to explore the sustainability reporting practices of the large food industries before the new regulation, the CSRD, comes into effect, and to analyze the content of the sustainability report in terms of the objectives and the activities of the EU taxonomy. Here I would like to note that Our aim was to analyze the quality of the sustainability reports, but not the company's environmental performance. The main steps of our evaluation was based on our previous research, which was mentioned by Andrea. Firstly, we selected large food companies based on their financial data according to the CSRD. And then we collected the online sustainability reports, the online available sustainability reports, and other data of the selected companies. After, we conducted a content analysis of the sustainability reports by the taxonomy objectives, and after that, we summarized the results and we calculated the relative indicators. The selection of the food companies was based on their financial data of the financial year of 2022, because we started our research in 2023. We selected those companies whose financial data met with two of the following three criteria. This was based on the requirements of the CSRD directive. For the evaluation of the environmental activities, environmentally sustainable activities, we used the scoring method. This scoring method based on professional literatures. It was a 0 to 5 point scale. The 0 point means that there is no available information regarding the given green activity. 1 point show that only textual information is available in the sustainability report. 2 points show that simple numerical values are available. And the 3 point is the highest when the numerical values express a process, so there is a baseline, data for the current year, and a future target. This table shows the calculation of the maximum scores for the taxonomy objectives and the taxonomy objectives. The first column, you can see the 6 taxonomy objectives, and in the second column, you can see the related green activities. In case of the climate change mitigation and in case of the circular economy, there are 2 added activities. It has a practical reason because, for example, in case of the climate change mitigation, many companies shows their greenhouse gas emission in a separate number, and we added this item to the first goal. And in case of the circular economy, we found some cases when companies only refer the circular economy, and they don't detail the given activities. And we added the circular economy to the fourth objective. So there are 35 scoreable activities as a total in case of a company. And we multiply it with the highest score, the 3. We get the third column, the values of the third column. So one company can reach 105 absolute value maximum. This slide shows the relative indicator, how we calculated the relative indicators. to achieve a comparable indicator. So we divided the value achieved as a result of the evaluation of a company's sustainability reports. What is an absolute value? We divided with the maximum value, and we multiplied it with 100. This was a very simplified version of our calculation. I presented it a very simplified way. If you would like to learn more, you will achieve it. You can read it in our book, which will be released in a few weeks, hopefully. So thank you very much for your attention.
Thank you very much. And now it's time for the country results. And first presentation will be from our colleagues from Czech Republic, and this presentation will be online. So welcome Elżbieta Krylova. Yes, Elżbieta? Yes, hello Elżbieta. Yes. The floor is yours. Please present your results.
Thank you. I'm going to share the screen. Moment. Can you see the screen? Yes. Yes? Yes. Okay, so thank you very much. Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. So it's my pleasure to take a part and present at the conference of results for the Czech Republic. I'm very sorry that I cannot be there in person, but that's life. Maybe next time I will go to the wonderful Warsaw. We also very much appreciate the possibility to be part of the consortium who prepared this research and the results. And I will present on behalf of my university, which is Ambis University from Prague, our results for Czech Republic. Based on the results of literature review, we found that in Czech Republic, integrated EU directives has led to gradual progress in aligning national regulations with green finance principles supported by institutions like the Czech National Bank. However, studies by authors Veselý, Havel, Novotný and Poláková highlights persistent regulatory gaps, limited enforcement and market immaturity as key barriers to green finance development. Research by other authors further emphasizes the need for more transparent policies and fiscal sustainability strategies to foster a robust green finance ecosystem in the Czech context. Literature on sustainability reporting highlights a range of motivations driving corporate adoptions, including ethical values, regulatory compliance, and strategic benefits such as risk mitigation, brand reputation, and access to capital. Studies by Petra Wagner and Knorová and Balogh, Shrivastava and Till reveals that while Czech corporations increasingly recognize the importance of sustainability, their reporting practices vary significantly in quality and depth. The key challenges and opportunities what we see can be defined as follows. Challenges, inconsistencies across industries, limited ESG integration in smaller domestic firms, need for standardized guidelines and support mechanisms. Literature highlights also opportunities, and according to this, growing emphasis on green finance offers substantial opportunities for the agri-food sector, with financial instruments like green bonds and sustainable investment funds facilitating to transition to sustainable practices. Primary financial data and shares of the selected companies relative to the subsectors and the whole sectors present an overview of the financial performance of selected companies within various subsectors of Czech food, beverage and tobacco industry in 2022. The data is sourced from CIG Informácií KFT and indicates a compilation of financial information specific to Czech located companies. Here is a graph to show you the share of main financial characteristics of the selected tech companies to the whole national food processing sectors. The revenue 68%, net profit 71%, total assets 73%, and equity 76%. Who are or which are the subsectors by financial influence? So subsectors with more than 60% revenue share from selected companies are manufacture of vegetable and animal oils and fats. Second is other food products, then prepared animal feeds, beverages and tobacco products. These companies shape sectoral dynamics and reporting culture, which is key to ESG performance outcomes. In the Czech Republic's food, beverage and tobacco industry, there are 4 subsectors where the selected companies had a share of net profit exceeding 70%. The vegetable and animal oil and fat, food products, other food products, beverages, and tobacco products. The share of total assets for a selected company, those selected company holds 73% of the Czech Republic's total assets in the food manufacturing sector. The Czech Republic's food, beverage, and tobacco industry has 6 subsectors where the selected companies had a share of total assets exceeding 70%. Again, we can see vegetable and animal oils and fats, bakery and farine sauce product, other food products, prepared animal feeds, beverages, and tobacco products. According share of equity, the following 7 subsectors were outstanding. Again, vegetable and animal oils and fats, then dairy products, bakery and farinaceous products, other food products, prepared animal feeds, beverages, and tobacco products. Subsectors by number of companies shows that the largest subsector is manufacture of other food products, with 17 companies included in the analysis. At the same time, the share of selected companies was the highest in the manufacture of vegetable and animal oils and fats, with 13.6%, which is 3 from 22 companies. Moreover, the shares of selected companies were higher than 1% in 3 additional subsectors: tobacco products, dairy products, and prepared animal feeds. The outstanding subsectors in Czech Republic can be defined as food, other food products, vegetable and animal oils and fats, dairy products, bakery and farinaceous products, other food products, prepared animal feeds, beverages, and tobacco products. We can see that financial concentration of the Czech food, beverages, and tobacco industry is notably high, with selected companies holding significant revenue, profit, assets, and equity shares across various subsectors. Key subsectors contributing to the concentration exhibit substantial financial influence within the sector. According to sustainability reporting practices in the agri-food sector, we analyzed 69 companies. We find out that 69.6% of these companies did not publish sustainability reports. 21.7% released detailed sustainability reports, 4.3% issued simplified reports, and 2.9% of companies disclose sustainability related data on a dedicated website with detailed figures. Only 1 company provided alternative environmental documentations. The sector-specific reporting trends can be defined as high participation from global companies with parent company reporting. Domestic companies show lower adoption of ESG reporting. Sectors with the most online sustainability disclosures are vegetable and animal oils, other food products, beverages, and tobacco. Domestic companies lack, highlighting dependence of multinational leadership in ESG initiatives. Top performing activities showed by relative scores. First, greenhouse gas emissions 77.8, renewable energy usage 50.8, water management efficiency 52.4, Sustainable forest management, 46.0. Resource efficiency in production, 41.3. Product recyclability and waste reuse, 36.5. Highlights corporate focus on climate and resource-related efforts. The relative scores of the activities of the climate change mitigation objectives, you can see here clearly greenhouse gas emission, second, renewable energy, and third, improving energy efficiency. The relative scores of the activities of the protection and restoration of biodiversity and ecosystem objective, first, sustainable forest management, then sustainable agricultural practices, and nature and biodiversity conservation. Relative scores of the activities of the sustainable use and protection of water and marine resource objectives, improving water management and efficiency, 52.4. The relative scores of the activities of the transition to a circular economy objective, the highest score is uses natural resources in production more efficiently. What are the unique features of the Czech Republic context? First, high financial concentration in food processing allows faster adoption of ESG practices in key segments. Second, strong role of global companies in setting sustainability standards and providing reports. Third, lower domestic engagement reflect market immaturity and limited resources. And fourth, sectoral disparity. Agri-food sector lags behind manufacturing and finance in sustainability reporting maturity. We've seen that mostly global companies was those who prepared some kind of reports, and the role of global companies drive sustainability reporting due to international compliance obligations. Examples of industry leaders setting standards. What are the challenges? Complex supply chains make ESG compliance difficult, and lack of harmonized reporting guidelines across regions. What can we take away? Czech subsidiaries of global firms are more likely to engage in structured ESG reporting. Conclusion, Czech Republic is progressively aligning with EU sustainability goals, but needs deeper domestic engagement. What can we take away? High financial concentration, sectoral ESG leadership is missing. Global firms drive reporting culture. Strong focus on climate and biodiversity objectives. Continued investment and regulatory support are crucial for full ESG integration. Thank you for attention.
Thank you very much. I'm wondering if we will not results of the all countries. This will be the good advantage to see what what can we find as common points or like differences in between them. So let's move to our colleagues from Hungary. And the results of the Hungary will be presented by Nora Gombogato. So please, the floor is yours. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. So, ladies and gentlemen, I will talk about the Hungarian results of this project. And firstly, let me introduce my colleagues who worked on this project. Andrea, Iboya, and Judith from the Institution of Agricultural Economics, and Károly, Judith and me from the Széchenyi István University. So it's an absolutely co-work. and we worked about the Hungarian companies, the results, the reports. Oh, sorry. Oh. Sorry, okay, I forgot to change the slide. As for the Hungarian background, there are some legislative background to sustainability and green finance in very close contact to the NFRD and CSRD. About talked Judith earlier, and the earliest is the C Act, which was applied from 2016, and the main topic was the replace of the NFRD to CSRD, and it was regarded to companies. From 2002 was the Climate Protection Act. It was about the ESG. That definition was detailed, and it was for companies, financial market actors, and or economic agents. And I would like to mention the Budapest Stock Exchange ESG guide. That's not an act or regulation, but it's also a very important document for the ESG that was prepared for companies and other financial market actors. And I mentioned the Hungarian National Bank regulation. It was about maturity mismatch of credit institutions in forint, Hungarian forint, and it's for financial market actors as well, and I will speak about that Hungarian National Bank later. And the turning NFRD to CSRD was a very important occasion for the countries, and from 2024 it's obligatory for some companies. In Hungary, there are many institutions that can help and regulate the background of the ESG. Here I mention the four most important institutions. Of course, the Minister of National Economy is responsible for the regulation, the management. The regulatory authority for regulated activities do the administrative implementation activities. The Hungarian Agency for Economic Development do some training for enterprises and for advisory services and so on. And I mentioned that I will turn back to the National Bank of Hungary because in 2013 there was the first significant document for the ESG criteria. That's the green program of the Hungarian National Bank. So we can see that there is a very supportive environment in Hungary for the companies. Very much institutions can help the work to meet these compulsories. And this regulation, now we find, I will show you that limited number of food processors, we find not so much, but in practice can be more companies because there are suppliers. In the previous panel, there was mentioned that the processor companies will shift it to the suppliers in the future. It's very important that we found that it's very important the education for company managers, for advisors, advisory sectors. There are some training courses in Hungary by companies, by universities, for example, by the Széchenyi István universities, also a master degree program for the ESG. And it's very important that, okay, it's not obligatory for the companies, but they do that because they have to do. But they also should pay attention to the real sustainability of their activity in the future, because it will ensure them competitiveness. In our work, we find 86 companies that are in the group of the obligatory framework, and from that we found that 46 companies have any report on their website. Here you can see that detailed report had 25 companies, simplified report 5 companies, other environmental document 13 companies, and detailed website with figures 3 companies. And what we found, that the most important objective from the EU Taxonomy is the climate change mitigation. It is followed by sustainable use and protection of water and marine resources, and by protection and restoration of biodiversity and ecosystems. Maybe the transition to circular economy could be relevant, but the 2 others are not so relevant in Hungary. Let's see the concrete activities related to the taxonomy objectives. So detailed these objectives. The first was the climate change mitigation. It was it reached the highest score, and in this objective, the greenhouse gas emission, the renewable energy, and improving energy efficiency reached the highest scores. The others are not so relevant. For instance, mobility, land carbon sinks, infrastructure, clean and efficient fuels, and so on. These aren't so relevant. Just the renewable energy. Maybe it could be thanks to the supportive background. Let's see the next objective from the taxonomy. It's the sustainable use and protection of water and marine resources. Of course, marine is not relevant in Hungary, so this is the reason why the D point is not so high. And this related strongly to the wastewater management, because it's very strict regulated in Hungary. So this is the reason, this is the background of the highest or the higher score back to the water management and industrial wastewater discharges. The third objective is the protection and restoration of biodiversity and ecosystem objective. It's strongly related to the agriculture, to the land use, and other practices. For example, manure using or green waste using. These are behind the sustainable agricultural practices, for example, and there is strict regulation behind EU subsidies that the agricultural companies or the farmers have to apply the ecological practices. This is the fourth one. Yes, this is the fourth relevant for us. The transition to a circular economy objective. We are very happy to found relatively high scores regarding that, mostly strengthening the circular economy, uses natural resources in production, uses recyclable products, increases the use of secondary raw materials, and so on. There is a lack in increases the durability, replicability, prolongs the use of the products, avoids and reduces litter, but these are the main tasks for the future, we think. So let me sum up that I talked about. We have gone through 4 main taxonomy objectives. The climate change mitigation, where the greenhouse emission was the most relevant, the water management, where the wastewater management is absolutely reached a high score, the biodiversity protection that related to the agricultural production, such as promoting sustainable agricultural practices, and the transition to a circular economy, emphasized resource efficiency, increased recycling, and improved waste management. So, thank you for your kind attention.
Thank you very much. And for the third country, which is Slovak Republic, I would like to ask Martin Mariš from the Nitra to present the results with the comments.
Okay. Okay, very very good. Thank you very much. So, dear Chairman, dear project partners, dear auditorium guests, I'm very glad that for giving opportunity to speak, to have a speech, to have presentation in this palace building. So I will give you some results on behalf of the Slovakia. Simple. The NFRD directive was implemented to Slovak legislation via the amendment of Slovakian's Accounting Act. So this simply means that companies shall include non-financial information to their management reports, which details the impact of doing their business on the environment, employment, and social matters. However, after the years, so in practice there is still insufficient consolidation in EU countries as well in Slovakia. What we see, according to the evidence, Slovak companies which are part of foreign ownership structure, mostly these companies have detailed or consolidated sustainability reports done by the international standards. On the other side, native Slovak companies, so they just disclose these ESG reports mostly in simplified form, like information on the website, some excerpts, like ISO certificates often, and so on. So, according the evidence of some previous research, but also mostly consistent with our evidence, and now also with the results of our neighboring V4 countries, so we can say that the Slovak companies focus in their ESG or in their sustainable practices in terms of business and products. So this means they introduce sustainable practices in their own operation and products, like they are taking effort to lower their carbon footprint. They try to use more renewable sources of the energy. In terms of the management take effort to involve communities through various projects. For example, which improve access to renewable resources use and also education. They take also active initiatives. For instance, they support entrepreneurship like startups and joint ventures. They try to involve community to also waste prevention and waste reduction and some research. There is heavily emphasis on the energy because of the energy price hikes. So now companies focus much on investment in renewable energy, low carbon technologies, and therefore climate change mitigation. However, still the main challenges persists. So main of them are awareness and expertise. So there is still a lack of awareness about the key, what is the expertise as well, lack of experts. So what is the key factor which contributes to low quality and availability reports, especially in case of the native Slovak companies. Costs, yes. Implementing the ESG reports standards are costly, so this means it is demanding for data collection, third-party verification, and harmonization. Harmonization is quite separate or oversized topic. So this means harmonization with EU standards. So they try to align with the European or global standards, which are which require higher level of detail, accuracy, and so on. Okay, so we have 6 common goals of green evaluation, as was presented, so you are already familiar with them. Here are analyzed, so the analyzed sector was food sector, and here we can see the industries which were analyzed within the sector, and here we can figures, this means the companies, Slovak companies, which are operating within the industry. So in total, there are 32 companies which fall under the set criteria, which was outlined in the methodology. However, just 12 companies issues the ESG report in various forms. So this means from fully consolidated reports to just producing information on the website. So what are the results? Here we can see our 6 objectives. Then we can see score, total score per objective, average score of objective per one company, and some source of variation. So in generally, we can see the considerable variation between the companies and also between the objectives. So here we can see relative sources or scores by these objectives. So we can see that, for instance, climate change mitigation took the overwhelming share or the highest share, and in turn pollution, yes, controls and so on get the lowest. Here we can see more detailed breakdown by the objective. So again, we can see considerable variation in terms of the activities. Then we can see some kind of comparison via the Pareto chart. So this chart shows that predominant focus of Slovak companies are in 2 areas of activities. So mitigation of climate change impacts and transition to circular economy. So this means that almost of 70% of all activities focus on these 2 areas, or otherwise just 2 goals comprise 70% of all ESG activity undertaken by the Slovak companies. So we can make several conclusions. So based on the results, so we can say that there is the demand, and investors are increasingly favoring companies that adopt strong or somewhat ESG standards. These companies can get over time competitive advantage in the eyes of the consumers, which could prefer or could behave more environmentally friendly, and also from the investors, but also from the government, which can provide them some subsidies or some backup for the companies which are willing to operate more sustainable. However, so also the ESG adoption can improve risk management, brand reputation, and financial resilience. The cons on the so in other side, companies must navigate through the costs, regulatory uncertainty, and operational challenges. It is yes, it is true because, okay, the policy always changes. Now we can hear also some rumors that European Commission is slightly or is backing down in some early promises according to the package of the Green Deal because, okay, so in their terms, so giving the companies more time to adapt. Because, yeah, it is true that European industry, including food industry, was experienced several crises. So, yes, energy crisis, markets, market tariffs. So yes, which in generally threaten or disrupt established supply chains and so on. So everything can be solved, can be healed, however it needs time. So the key is finding a balance between sustainability and business performance. So we don't want to threaten or to jeopardize our business, our employers, yes, in one side, but on the second, okay, I think that the overwhelming share of the population recognize something as the climate change and their impact, yes, long-term impact. So we are willing, step by step, also take some approach or activity to somehow mitigate. We can just speak now about mitigation of climate change. So yes, so I think this is why this policy is relevant and need be tailored on our possibilities and our needs. Thank you very much for your attention.
Thank you. We are just ready for discussion, but let's wait for the last results from Poland. The results will be presented by Barbara Wieliczka and me. And then we'll smoothly go for the comparison and the discussion panel. Barbara, could you start, and I will change you.
I'm waiting for the, okay. So I can start. The Polish team included 3 researchers, Paweł Chmieliński, me, and Agnieszka Bernawrocka from the Poznań University of Life Sciences. And I'm responsible for presenting the introductory part of our results. We started with literature review to get to know what is known about the motivations of the companies to introduce this kind of reporting, and also the changes in time in Poland generally and in agri-food sector. So motivations. This one. This one will be this one. Okay. Motivations to have this non-financial reporting are common in all the cases presented today. So generally, because of the pressure, after that, because of the regulations, the pressure included, different groups of stakeholders, also peer pressure. The companies gradually started to introduce this kind of reporting, also to differentiate themselves from the companies that do not yet publish this kind of information. Okay. Before the transposition of the directive 2014. Okay, thank you. Before the transposition of the EU Directive 2014-95, the companies were not very pressured and not very willing to introduce this kind of reporting. And good illustration of this fact is the research conducted by Havrish, who verified that in 2012, among the companies, 310 companies listed at the Warsaw Stock Exchange, only 12 published non-financial data in their reporting activities. So a very small share of the biggest, most active companies in Poland. So the directive was transposed to the Polish law only in 2023 to the Act about accounting. So now companies are more pressured to publish this kind of data. So now this is really visible that the companies are more interested to publish this data. Before, to make them more willing, there was created this Respect Index on the Warsaw Stock Exchange. It was in 2009. So this index included companies publishing non-financial reports about their business activities. In 2019, this index was renamed to VIC ESG index, so the specific sub-index at the Warsaw Stock Exchange. And as I already mentioned, the number of the companies publishing the information is growing, but still, you will see this later on, in our results, it is not that popular, especially among the agri-food companies. But the interest is growing. We also had already discussed this issue in the previous session. So coming to our study. From the group of agri-food sector companies in Poland, you see the number of almost 20,000. The companies presented in the base, the database we had access to were over 330 companies, representing quite a significant share when it comes to revenues, net profits, total assets in different subsectors of agri-food sector in Poland. And here is the share when it comes to revenue, net profit, total assets, and equity, represented by the over 330 companies in the database we use for our study when it comes to the whole agri-food sector in Poland. So as you see, almost for all of these four indicators, it's about 3/4. And when it comes to subsectors, also we have here revenue, net profits, total assets, and equity. The most represented in the database were for revenues, tobacco, dairy, and other foods and oils. Sorry. For profit, it was the highest figure was for dairy, beverages, and tobacco. For total assets, tobacco, dairy, and other foods. And when it comes for equity, it was also tobacco, dairy, and other foods. And this shows also the specificity of the agri-food sector in Poland and the size of the companies in different subsectors of this sector. And the second part.
Thank you very much. I'll change my image since I realized that I'm blind a bit. And following the next part of the study, we investigated out of those 337 companies that, as you noticed in the previous slide, that they were representing the majority of the all characteristics of the sectors. Yeah, so like the more the 60, 70, or 80% of the revenues, equity, and so on. So these were our group of for the investigation in Poland. What was different from the other countries, that we are bigger countries, so we have like bigger number of the companies that we had to investigate. Of course, because due to the regulation, we were investigating the companies over the 500 employees, which encountered to the 170 corporates. But we focus on the 31 among those 107 companies, because we wanted to have a good sample of the companies that are actually reporting in a different way the sustainability. So if we look at the typology of those companies, breakdown by the different types of sustainability reports, we'll find that most of them, like the 13 companies out of 31 that we investigated, had the detailed sustainability report. They were big companies that's why they were already prepared for this task. And like next 11 companies had the simplified sustainability report, and 3 companies had the other, so like the different like approach to report the sustainability by issuing the environmental document explaining their activities in this concern. Next 4 companies had a detailed website. So when we take a look on those out of the 31 that had at the same time the online sustainability report and 500 and more employees, we'll see that, and investigating the most major sectors in Poland, we'll see that that most of those companies were represented. For example, like we had one vegetable and animal oil and fats company in our sample, so like 100% of those that were in our sample. For example, half of the manufacturers of beverages. And then when we look at the report for the firms, we'll see that this is the breakdown of those companies in this investigated report that they have different sustainability reports. But coming to those 6, the most important taxonomy objectives that were mentioned by Judith, we'll see that relative scores, which is our work, assessing how detailed are reporting of each of the company in each of the taxonomy objective, we'll see that the most detailed, like the highest scores, received the parts of the sustainability reports concerning the climate change mitigation and protection, restoration by biodiversity and ecosystems, and the sustainable use and protection of water. These are very important subjects for Poland, but you'll see some interesting observations when we go a bit deeper into the results, because like a lot of sustainability reports were touching, for example, the biodiversity actions by the companies. But then if we look on the more concrete results of those reports, we'll see that they are not very detailed. So if we go more into these results, let's start with the first objective of the taxonomy, which is the relative scores of the climate change mitigation objective. And here we'll can find that the greenhouse emissions received over 80 points, which means that each subjects of this objective were very well described in the sustainability reports, which means that this is like the one of the first. We can interpret that this is like the topic that is well brought and discussed and reported by the companies. At the same time, this is quite important to show as a result of the sustainability activities in Poland. Also, very important from the point of view of a climate change mitigation objective, were the use of renewable energy, and of course the improving the energy efficiency, which when we look at the period when it occurred, it was quite important for the companies that were they were in the very intensive process of finding the new sources of energy, so like the transformation of the energy sources, due to of course the cost. Yeah. So when we look at the second, which is concerning the protection and the restoration of biodiversity, we'll see in comparison to the previous objectives that it was rather often taken under the consideration within the reports, but the scores are not that high, which means that there were like the more general approaches, like more the general description of each of the activities by the companies in this subcategories of the objective taxonomy objectives. So for the companies were reporting their activities for the nature and biodiversity conservation, but also for the sustainable agriculture practices, which is pretty much in line what we've heard from our first panel, that companies, food processing companies are in Poland are integrators, so they cooperate with the farmers. And from the third, which was the most important objective for Polish company as an objective of a taxonomy, which is the protection of the water. The most of the activities concerning this part of the sustainability report were concerning the improving water management and efficiency. The water in Poland is quite a big topic, and we like the companies first, they actually really prepare their activities to cope with the problem of lack of water, but at the same time they are having the big pressure, and also they emphasize the good approach to the water protection in their economic activity. And another objective is a circular economy, and the most important out of this group of the topics of the objectives was the uses of natural resources in production more efficiently, so investing in the resources efficient technologies. The second was that prevent and reduction of the waste, and of course the third was related to the increased activities on the recyclability of the products. So these were important issues for our companies. We'll see that in Poland the objectives that were the most important for the companies are also in line with what is the matter of the public debate. So we are discussing about greenhouse emissions, the water, but also the biodiversity loss is quite present, or maybe less than the other two, but it is also present in our public debate, and this is also what the companies try to report in their reports. But if we think about the reporting, of course, as Martin said, as Andreas and Judith said, this is the first years of the time when those reports are prepared. The one very concrete outcome of our study is that companies are approaching in a different way, because since there is no templates or like the one approach for the sustainability reporting, the biggest, of course, the biggest companies and international companies with the international capital, like the foreign capital, they already reported it quite in detail. Of course, our domestic companies, they were more modest in the reporting, but still there was a good conclusion that the most of the companies, they were trying to put the emphasis on the fact that their sustainability and their activities for the sustainable reporting are important in their activities. So we'll see how it will be in the future, but maybe because of the time when we had selected and investigated the sample before the time when the biggest push on the companies was introduced, and then of course the omnibus is something giving the breath to the companies, giving more time for the transformation. But we can say that like the first steps were made, and the companies are ready to now introduce more detailed reporting. So this is all from our side, and we will open now the floor for the discussion. But we'll combine the discussion with the panel discussion, and I would like to invite our representatives of our research entities that were co-leading this research. So Andrea, Martin, could you approach and join us at this stage? And yes, we'll have like those for the reorganize the stage. We'll have like the 1.5 minute break, because then we'll start with the comparison of the results and like the follow with the discussion. So let's meet in that 1 minute for this. Yeah. And I will ask you can say. Do you need a
hold your microphone?
Andrea, I will introduce you first.
A moment, please. Okay.
Okay. That's good. Okay.
What was your question?
I will introduce you. I will start.
Just, I can start.
Yeah. Okay, so hello again. And we are ready for our discussion session. But like the first question that we would like to raise is how we could compare our results and show the similarities and the difference between the reporting and the countries. But we'll have Andrea Rosa will present the comparative results and the data. So this will be the nice introduction for our next part of the final part of the conference, when we have some colleagues on the stage, but also colleagues online that will take part in the discussion. So Andrea, the floor is yours.
Okay,
Please.
thank you very much, Pavel, and thank you so much for your patience, because
Andrea, could you please speak to the
I so like to speak freely and moving. So thank you very much your attention, and thank you very much your patience regarding the results country by country. And we discussed Pavel, and I counted on Pavel's question, and yesterday I've got Pavel's questions, and parallel I was working on my presentation, and it was so in association with each other, the minds and the thinkings. Let's see my first slide. I would like to summarize the selection of the sample, the investigation of companies with online available sustainability reports, and the financial concentration that we concluded. And we assumed, and we were wondering about it. We were wondering about it that in all V4 countries, so is the fact is true in all V4 countries that we experienced before regarding the Hungarian research, during the Hungarian research 1 year before the V4 research. And let's a little bit see a little bit deeply this slide. We can conclude that the shares of the number of selected companies are very low. You can see this, lower than 1% in Czechia, lower than 3% in Hungary, lower than 2% in Poland, lower than 1% in Slovakia. But the financial relevance of the sample are very high, more than 50% relative to the financial performance of the whole industries regarding all the investigated main financial characteristics regarding the balance sheet and the revenue statement. And this is a true and deep fact, country by country in V4 region. You can reply me, perhaps just in 1 year, in 2022. In my opinion, now it will be no. In my opinion, no. It will be the tendency, the continuation, it will be the tendency next years as well. I'm very sure about it. Okay. We can see the next summarizing slide. I told you in words the financial concentration of food, beverages, and tobacco sectors, and you can see all the V4 countries in this one slide. I think this slide, no need to explanation. And the next slide. You can see all the taxonomy objectives regarding considering all V4 countries. And let's concentrate on the number of companies. Czech Republic, 21 companies were investigated. Hungary, 46 companies were investigated. Poland, as Pavel mentioned and Barbara, 31 firms were investigated, and Slovakia, only 12 companies were in the sample with online sustainability reports. And you can see the summarized figures. And as we were thinking about during the lectures, we can see in front of them that climate change mitigation has the highest relative score all of the countries, and after that water management, circular economy, and protection of biodiversity are the most relevant objectives, not in the same order, but similarly. I collected these more relevant taxonomy objectives. You can see these objectives on the first column: climate change mitigation, protection of water, transition to circular economy, and protection of biodiversity. And we researched and so we concluded the main activities regarding these objectives as well. And let's see this very, very surprising, in my opinion, very, very surprising common results that regarding climate change mitigation in all the V4 countries, the greenhouse gas emission activity got the highest relative score. Regarding the protection of water objectives, all countries, the water management, improvement of water management was the main outstanding activity. And after that, concerning the transition to circular economy, the efficient use of natural resources was the highest relative scored activity, which means that all the investigated companies concentrated on the bio-based raw materials. And just a little changes occurred regarding protection of biodiversity, because in Hungary, in Poland, and in Slovakia, the sustainable agricultural practices had the highest relative points, but in Czechia, the sustainable forest management were outstanding. And we have a possible explanation of these results, because in Czechia we had a lot of global companies, which means we had a lot of international mother companies and listed companies with very wide supplier relationships. And these companies concentrated on the forest management, and the suppliers and the members of these mother companies, the subsidiaries, generally are the members of forest associations. Okay, I didn't deal with the subsectors, but I have notes. If you are wondering the situation regarding the subsectors, we can overview this, we can summarize this. Finally, just some words about the conclusions, and you can read the future continuations. The conclusions, my and our conclusions regarding the role of suppliers or supplier relationships. My colleagues mentioned the importance of this topic regarding the scope 1, 2, and 3 point of views. You knew now that climate change mitigation is the most relevant taxonomy objective, using our relative scoring method as well, and you can see that which were the most important activities. I mentioned the role of global companies and independent domestic-owned companies, and Pavel and Barbara mentioned as well. And finally, yes, my final comment is the role and relative scores of subsectors, and if you are wondering, we can talk about it later freely. Thank you very much indeed. Thank you so much.
Thank you very much. Now this is the time for the general discussion and the comments from our colleagues, and maybe more of a general approach to the analyzing the data. Now will be better visible. From the perspective of those research, we'll see that approach from the companies is like due to the globalization, of course, we have an approach that is pretty much in common when we take the subjects, like the sub-topics and the taxonomy objectives that are represented in the reports of each of the country, of the companies in the countries. And also the significant influence of this is also that in this globalized world we have also companies like transnational companies that are present in our economy, and they are representing the common values and common approaches to the sustainability report. But my general question would be, how is like the debate, public debate on the ESG reporting about the sustainability going on in each of in our countries? And for example, in Slovakia, if we take Slovakia, is it like the general society approach to this? Like, is the society aware? So is there like the rumor in the media that is pushing the companies for the transition, or like the consumer-based, let's say, awareness and push for the industry to make more concerns about the sustainability, or this is only like the reflecting the taxonomy objectives of the EU only? Martin, how do you think?
Thank you very much. Yeah, very good, interesting question. However, the answer is not easy in case of Slovakia, because, okay, our society, in one side, it support, for example, organic food. We want eating healthy food, yes. We want used materials free of, I don't know, PFAS, yes. Eating food without pesticides, residuals, yes. Less plastics. However, when it comes in price, okay, it is more expensive, and there is the discount of. So most of the consumers choose price over maybe the quality, yes, and more healthy. But however, I think that in generally, with education, rise the awareness. So people who have access to better and higher education generally recognize this, that it is necessary. Yeah. So I would say that yes, there is a fair share of people in Slovakia who recognize urgency also this matter, and they support or they put the weight behind it. Yes, some of them not, but yes, okay. Various factors play a role, the social status and this, or something. Some people simply means that it is some blah blah or fake news. Yes, okay, but yes, this is what is according my opinion.
Okay, thank you very much. I will ask maybe Nora, in your work, in your presentation, you mentioned that also university is doing a lot of educational efforts, or like the even teaching, and you mentioned that you have like a course of a study related to the ESG. Can you tell about this, because this is very interesting. This is present in our let's say approach in a teach education, but we don't have, I don't think we have a special course of studies dedicated to ESG yet in Poland. Of course, those elements are in the lectures of our universities, but can you tell about how is this present in the education in the Hungary?
When the regulator was introduced, many people surprised and they recognized that it will be a need, a very high need, and a lot of university and a lot of other companies and advisory services start to launch similar or just ESG courses. And the Széchenyi István University recognized in time, in very time, it's a very new master degree at the university. It started 2 years ago, and in the first year there were more than 100 applicants. 150, around 150 applicants, and it's. But there are other courses, 1 year courses, and some short courses around that topic, because the managers of the companies have to apply that knowledge in the future. Yeah.
Mm-hmm. Okay, and Yes. I also wanted to address this.
Can we help Azbeta Professor Királova to join with us
Yes.
via online?
Yes, this was my next because we have also our
Sorry.
Yes, we have our colleagues online, and our colleague Azbeta from Czech Republic would like to reflect on the results, and we can call her. She's on Zoom, so if we can give her a floor for the comments about the results from the perspective of the Czech Republic, also asking about two things. One is how is the public debate going on the ESG reporting, and the second about what are the sources of education, like the raising the awareness not only of the civic society or like our communities, but also on the companies, what they take the knowledge from. So I'm wondering if we can ask Elżbieta.
Yes, can you hear me? Can you hear me?
Yeah, you can. Yeah, please go on.
Yes. So thank you very much. So again, good afternoon. Yes. So in Czech Republic, it's quite high among certain part of the society, the knowledge about the environmental thing, but as my colleague from Slovakia said, not everybody is definitely focused on environmental protection or these kind of things. According companies, as we've seen, we are a little bit, so the domestic companies are lag behind the multinational or companies here in Czech Republic who are driving this ESG taxonomy reporting. According to media literacy, there are European initiatives such as Emedus project, which have aimed to enhance media literacy across EU member states, including Hungary, Czech Republic, Slovakia, and Poland. This program focused on equipping citizens with critical thinking skills to navigate complex topics like the EU taxonomy. According to education, there is no specific educational program dedicated solely to EU taxonomy in every high school or universities, but from this academic year, 2024-25, the University of Economics in Prague offers a Master in Sustainability Management. The school is thus responding to the high demand for graduates in the so-called ESG fields, which will increase due to the company's new obligation in sustainable business. Our university is not preparing such a program, but we believe that that one at the University of Economics is for now, it's enough. It's a master degree, so 2 years education, 1 year at school, 1 year in training, plus diploma thesis. It will be the new Master in Sustainability Management.
Okay, thank you very much. I have a question to Barbara about the regulations in Poland. Barbara is very active in analyzing the policy and the regulations also for Polish Parliament's Senate, and she observes the changes in the regulatory framework that is also touching the sustainability. The question is, does it help to the companies to enhance, because we saw that we have like the certain levels of reporting, yeah, only a number of the biggest companies, they have a detailed sustainability report, that part of them, they have a very well organized, but still only data on the web page, not like the structure in the way of a report. And that some of them, they have like some information that are more concerning the sustainability, less the ESG itself. Yeah, so going in line with the reporting, but not in line with the EU taxonomy objectives. How is it? How do you see the changes in the legislation? Does it support, or like do you see the moves that will help the companies to report it properly? So like to focus on the reporting in the one structured way.
Thank you. I think that there is still not very popular to report, and we see this data from our presentation that from Warsaw Stock Exchange in 2012 there were only 12 companies out of over 300 publishing such reports, and among our database over 300 only 31 had such reports, not that detailed. There is not much pressure from the legislation. Moreover, now we have this global trend of deregulation, simplification of regulations. So I think that this will also stop the speed of progress when it comes to green reporting. But I wanted also to comment on something a bit different. We listen every day that researchers found new proofs that food is such important thing for our health, and in the EU Horizon project where I have the privilege to participate in, related to food, sustainable food systems and how to create them in Europe. And I don't see among sustainable food system experts the need to actually think about that among the representatives of this important part of food chains, which is food industry, we have not this willingness to report about sustainability. And I think this is also thing that should be improved at the EU level to push for this showing knowledge among different parts of the food sector, how sustainable they are at this moment, and what's the way forward to make the EU food systems really sustainable given climate changes and the need to make the systems not only sustainable but more resilient to what comes in the near and farther future. Thank you.
Thank you very much. I would like to open the floor for everyone for the commenting the results, especially on those two issues. One is like what is reported in our countries, and about the differences in the sustainability reports, like those differences that are related to the amount of information that are reported and those accuracy, and the topic of the greenwashing. Yeah, because some of the observations of the analysis, we found that those companies that are reporting only like the very modestly reporting the progress or like their activities towards the sustainability and ESG. They are doing that just to show on their webpage that they are doing something, but not really with the detailed information. What is it? Yeah. So that's why we had those those assessment points related to the level of the reporting. So how I will start with Andrea. How do you see and how you assess from the perspective of all our countries and the results that we collected? Is it like the big part of this reporting a greenwashing, or like the good PR and the marketing, or these are the attempts but not maybe well structured because of the lack of the good examples for such a reporting? How would you assess, because you showed the results for the 4 countries, you analyzed them all together, and you can have your like the opinion about this. How do you think? And this is also the question for the audience.
Thank you, Pavel. Not an easy question, and we didn't prepare this question, and I'm a little bit surprised about it, but I have ideas regarding the reply. So, we were talked about greenwashing, EU taxonomy, competitiveness. but we weren't talking about the survival of small companies, for example, in this food, beverages, and tobacco sector, but I think so that tobacco sector is the exceptional subsector in this context. I'm focusing on the food processing sector regarding NACE code 10 code, okay, 10 code, food processing sector, because I think in tobacco subsector this is not so important because some and much tobacco companies are listed companies, and according to NFRD, they have to prepare this sustainability report, and this subsector is very specific. Regarding the beverages subsector, I think that beverages subsector includes much listed companies as well. Let's think about Coca-Cola, Pepsi, Coca-Cola, for example, and let's focusing the food processing industry. I have a mixed idea regarding this deep question. I think some of companies that fighting for survival and that would like to maintain the competitive position would think deeply and seriously about this sustainability reporting, and they use external audits, and they would like to gain ISO standards and etc. So certifications and activities can be controlled through external examinations. But unfortunately, yes, some possibilities can be occurred regarding the green machines. That's the truth. Mm-hmm. Okay.
Okay. Yeah. Thank you very much. From the audience, I would like to ask opinion. We have Grzegorz Brodziak among the audience on our stand. I'd like to ask, how is it helping, like those approaches? You mentioned that like your company is for more than 2 decades preparing for this, maybe not preparing, but yeah, some like taking the efforts to report the sustainability. And tell me, how does it help with the competitiveness on the market? Does it help, or like this is something that is costs you a lot of work, and is not like the resulting with the limited results because, for example, consumers they are not taking the efforts also to take a look at those reports while making the decision. So, is it changing over the time? So, my question to you, what do you think?
Yeah, as I was trying to explain during the discussion panel as well, it's difficult to monetize these things. So it's difficult to obtain a margin in price with the consumers in sales. What you can achieve by showing and being transparent in what you do within sustainability and ESG reporting is that you can become a preferred supplier to a supermarket chain, as they are pushing. This is the push, or the place where the push is coming from. Whether it's too big or not could be discussed, but that's what you can gain your preference. With consumers, we have been trying to check via surveys if they would be ready to value the way we present our way of production and what we do for the environment, for the climate, for the animals. And as per declaration, they say, yes, we love it. We would like to buy products like that, but we are not ready to pay a higher price for it. And that's the gap which I was trying to describe, which we see in whole Europe, also in the more wealthy Western European countries. But one last remark, to me, it's not very much about reporting these things. It's about getting these things into your way of operation because you think it's sensible, it's valuable. It, on one hand, protects the environment, makes you more friendly, and it keeps your resources on a lower level. But in the end also it can be translated into lower cost, for example, especially when you talk about energy, renewable energy, less use of resources in many ways, being socially more attractive for employees. We all experience lack of employees on the market today. So to find out of ways which would defend or rationalize your ESG operations so that you can get a very good result in the end, one or another way. Thank you.
Thank you very much. This was a really nice comment from the practitioner. And I guess last round of the maybe one question that is summing up our conversation, because in our research we focus on the industry, industry like bigger or smaller companies in the food processing industry, but of course they are connected to the suppliers. And of course, when we know that this is, again, a globalized world, so that the supply comes from the different sources, but ESG is integrating a bit this value chain, because it's integrating those farms that are already cooperating with the industry, or and their level, they are big enough to make efforts also to fulfill the requirements of the reporting, so like for example, for the CO2 emissions and so on. So what will be the future of the agri-food sector when we will introduce the more detailed and more structured approach to ESG reporting? So do we think that it will be only the market for the farmers collaborating with the companies, or is there the other future? So is the ESG reporting, the EU Taxonomy will change also the agriculture? And I don't know, I will start with Martin, because in Slovakia we have quite a different situation in the agri-food sector than in Poland. So maybe tell me, is it going on right now, or is it the future for the Slovakia?
Yes, yeah. It is a little bit difficult to say how it will be evolution, but in general I say that ESG will change food market and also the industry in Slovakia as well. So, however, these things needs time. Yeah. Everything needs time, especially in Slovakia. Mostly we trails the policy, especially innovative policy. So we are following with others. However, yeah, when the consumers adapt their some behavior, or they understand the necessity, they will prefer products which are produce by the sustainable way. Because I think a lot of people in Slovakia care about the environment and the sustainability. So with some time, okay, so new technology evolves, in generally costs also decrease. And ESG is also the opportunity for fostering the innovation in practices, management techniques, and even technologies, so which can be the growing economic impulse as well. So I see more that okay, initially there is the hardships, but after benefits will mature, and it will be positive.
Okay, and what about the price?
The price, yes, the price is, or budget constraint is important factor, a factor which is hindering most or sizable share of population to improve, yes, to improve their consumer behavior. However, also, so we nowadays, economic in terms of convergence, Slovakia is lagging. Yes, it is true. But when we take since the Velvet Revolution, our incomes rose much. Yes, so still it depends time frame when you choose.
Okay, thank you very much. Andrea, what would you say about the Hungarian case?
But I'm thinking about the role of suppliers and the prices of bio-based products.
Yeah, like, yeah.
As I can see, the role of suppliers is very determinant, in my opinion. Consequently, I think so that the success of ESG regulation and the green economy is based on, in my opinion, the education of suppliers and the motivation of suppliers and agreement of suppliers, because the suppliers are the one step of one actor, first actor of the value chain, and I think that these are the core actors of this sustainability process, in my opinion. Yeah. And about the prices, unfortunately, I haven't got any good news regarding Hungary, because we have a relatively high base rate regarding the National Bank base rate, and we were suffered 2 years ago by the almost highest rate of food inflation rate in the EU, and it seems to be that a similar process can occur again. It's very sad news, but the regulatory background and the government are trying to handle this situation, but I think that the payment level of the general Hungarian people is not enough to tolerate the higher prices of green products, in my opinion.
Okay, thank you very much. Barbara, would you comment on this?
My comment will be not focused on Poland, but general comment because we observe this not only in Poland or our region, but in the whole Europe and probably worldwide, that the cost of agricultural production is increasing due to, especially in Europe, energy price increases and lack of labor force in the sector because of aging and not attractive wages in the sector. So the costs for producing these core products are increasing rapidly, and we still have this problem of supermarket price wars and fighting for market share. And this is based on the cost of basic food products. This is a problem that farmers do not have enough resources to invest in any more environmentally friendly practices. And added to that, the problem of the common agriculture policy and its funding. It hasn't grown for decades, and now we are hearing some rumors that it will decrease even, given the problems on the other parts of the EU economy and need for increasing EU security. This can exacerbate the problems in agri-food system, and it can even deteriorate the resilience of the sector and its strength and possibility to really transform into sustainable food systems. So I'm very pessimistic about the prospects of greening our food systems in the near future. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Are there any comments or questions from the audience? Yeah, we have a question. Here we are.
I have a question to Andrea. Andrea, you are the leader of this project. It's a really great job, really great work. And I would like to ask you about the main challenges concerning this project. Challenges which make you headache. So what can you tell us about this? Thank you.
Pardon me, make me what? Make me?
The headache.
Headache.
About the outcomes?
Should we talk about my headaches?
No,
finally.
Yeah.
Challenges.
Yeah.
Challenges. Okay, I prefer challenges. So, telling the truth. My background is a university background. I was a university teacher at Debrecen University more than 15 years, and after that I was a member of Hungarian Academic Sciences Secretariat, and after that I started to work as a researcher at Institute of Agricultural Economics in Budapest, my current institute. And thank you very much for your question, because this is my first international project, and I had some and more and much challenges regarding, for example, improving my English language, coordination of my outstanding international colleagues, the teams, this V4 teams. After that, moreover, I had a lot of administrative tasks inside my institution. I didn't count on this part of the task, despite of the fact that I have fantastic financial and project management colleagues. but I realized that my presence is necessary almost all the parts of this research. Thank you very much indeed.
Thank you very much, and I guess this was the final word of our discussion. If there is no more comments, I would like to thank you all. Thank you all for your reflections both on the ESG reporting in our countries, but also the way that we approach together the project. And the organization of this work by Andrea was maybe challenging for her, but she did a great job coordinating our efforts. And I hope that this study can be repeated, because as we mentioned already that our investigation will cover the 2021-23 reporting period of the companies. Now as the situation is changing, and the obligations will change, but also I guess the companies smaller than the global companies are more experienced in that. And we hope that with the help of the legislatory side, from our governments, from the research and education sector, and finally from the EU, that EU is required to help to push the companies toward the more structured reporting of the ESG. We hope that in the next years this reporting will be simple but more clear for the consumers. But as Grzegorz Brodziak mentioned, it will be not only the matter of the reporting, but something what is really often called by the companies, it will be a gene of the company. So there's something that is in heart in the blood of each of the food processing company. So thank you very much for your time. Thank you very much for your efforts and presentations, for the panel discussions, the audience to be patient and nice audience recipient of the study. And thank you very much to all. And I guess I can close the conference. Have a nice day and see you. Thank you.